You ain't got time for dueling?
War battle, we coming full throttle. Sanctuary.
You do now, where you going?
Time to show our metal. Coolie crew and DFC.
You ain't got time for dueling?
Chosen few. Fire the night.
Well, you better make
Thursday
time.
Night, that's what we do.
Caution thrown to the wind from this guy. And that's what these two guys are doing right here. Clicking and holding against one another and trying to whittle their opponent's life total down to 0. Jeep off doing it. Oh my God, huge comeback from 1. Chain from Toshank, just keeping the pressure up and constant damage. Look at this. We got some more lates in to do, boys. Ladies, keep your shirts on, for Christ's sake. Keep your shirts on. This is a family-friendly fucking show. And holy shit, Canadian Dab God over on the YouTubes. S tier, 17 months. Big cheers to this guy, man. Thank you so much for that. Big cheers, brother. Welcome in, guys. What up, Maddie? What up, Enigma? Mr. Unknown? The Bruno, the Odin, Nimrod. What up, man? I was just in there checking out that duel, man. I see you. I see you getting some reps in for the LLD. That's pretty dope, dude. Look, boys, we're doing something a little different for DFC. If you're in the Discord, you might know these things. You might have seen what's going on. You might observe some new channels. Yeah, let me see if I can show them off in the background here. Let's see if we can show them right. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Right up in here. If you're in the Discord, first of all, pop up in here, you know, up into the join the stream with all of us cool folks. Me and Bogdan and Nimrod, Travix. We ain't messing around, man. And by the way, what is this?
Big cheers for the OG gamers.
That's right, man. Those OGs. Archie, my guy. Thank you so much for the 1337, the elite donation, brother. Big cheers. That is huge, man. Welcome in. Happy Thursday to you, brother. So glad you're here. You might notice if you scroll down, check this out, Archie. We got, you know, just in case, if there's anybody, you don't even have to be on the card for this, all right? You don't have to be a DFC duel or nothing, all right? You'll see if you scroll down, you know, right up in this little area right here. You see me scrolling down, and you see these little voice channels in the Discord. These are the new team channels, man. And if we get some downtime and we see some teams just thriving, striving, and sharing their screens up in there, we might be able to pop in and check out some team duels. So if that's something you're interested in, you can just pop in one of those. You don't actually have to have a team ready to go. You know, you could just pop in and try to get one going, you know, lets people know that you're ready to jam, ready to slam, ready to Alabama. And look at this, Track Amp up in there, Joe B popping up in there. Who knows? We might have some pretty sick teams going on, man. That could be wild. So if you don't have a match or something, or, you know, there's now some dueling to be done that isn't necessarily on the main card. And I think for sure that'll be cool, because it'll allow us to, hopefully, if some good teams get to rolling, pop over and check out some team dueling. There's some for LLD, you know, team 1, team 2 for LLD. And also melee teams, man. We really jammed it here. Really threw out some options. So, yeah, feel free to pop into there. If you want to pop into the voice channel and try to start one, great. If you want to tag people in the chat, try to get some teams going. Either one works, man. And by the way, look at this. Hell Inc. upgraded to the S tier membership. What a savage, man. Bro. Holy shit. Thank you so much, man. That means a lot. That's huge. That's huge. Always so supportive, this guy. That's really cool, man. Big cheers to you, Hell Inc. So good to see you, brother. Really appreciate it. I don't have a character to go, but I'm ready to tune in, especially teams or LLD or both. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. It's gonna be sick. Feels good. Dude, appreciate it, Hell Inc. That's sick, man. Balkanak, what's up, man? AF50. Yo, guys. It's gonna be a card, let me tell you. It's gonna be a card. DFC 201, the journey to 300 starts today, right? Let's see if we get there. It's gonna be epic. Let's check out this card though, man. It's actually seems like a pretty wild one up in here. Let's see what's going on. Well, would you look at that? Polytheist, the new DFC HLD champion, defending his title against none other than the other scary fire druid right up here at the top of the HLD division. These fire druids, they're taking over, man. Someone's got to stop them. Someone's got to put a stop to this happy hoss shit. These fire druids just coming in here. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. But they're now duking it out, man. 2 savage fire druids right at the top of the division, throwing down. It's gonna be nuts. It's gonna be good, man. I can't wait to see this. We rarely see fire druid mirror matches, especially ones for the title, but it really just goes to show how powerful this class has become and the savagery of the players playing on them, right? It's wild. Speaking of new champions, Smolps defending his title, trying to, for the first time here, against none other than a savage player like Alex. Smolps ain't had an easy night for a long time. He just felled the most long-term reigning DFC Melee champion in a long time, since the days of the Nim. And now he's going to try to start his reign at the top, but it all starts with a defense. He's got to take out Alex, who is a pretty scary, fierce competitor himself, man. It's going to be crazy. Then in the LLD division, we've got DD. This one, I'm pretty pumped about it, man. Lol Rages has worked his way right up to the top, just absolutely slaying people. And I think this is why he joined up. He wanted a shot at this guy right here, and tonight, he's going to get it. DD will have the option to go up against LOL Lol Rages Zon. He'll have the option to go up either on a Zon himself, which might seem crazy. We don't really ever see this guy on a Zon, but believe it or not, he's pretty highly ranked in the LLD ZVZ Discord. So that could actually be a pretty sick fight in the level 30 division, or he could also go on a Barb. If he goes on the Barb, we set up a kind of our arbitrary rule there, no shield. It's technically doable, but, you know, it's a lot harder, that's for sure. A shield Barb gets a lot harder for a Zon, but I hope we see some ZVZ. I think that could be a fun throwdown in the level 30 division. Should be fire, man. The rest of this card is sick. We've got BRP, the new up-and-coming fire druid player going up against XD Travix on an Echo Lock. I can't wait to see this, man. We've got a couple of people on the card tonight who I'm super excited about. Travix is one of those guys. He is bringing in what I would consider a bit more of a fair Warlock build, and some of the people that might play in PVM might be like, there's no way the Echo Lock is a fair build. Well, in PvP, I mean, it's still very powerful, but it's certainly less powerful than, say, an Abyss build or, you know, the Summon build, the Blood Boil build. It's a Warlock we haven't seen a lot of, and he's going to be put to the test against one of the most devastating types of characters to reign in the Bloodmoor, and that is a Fire Druid. So we're going to see how that goes. And perhaps this could be the character that puts these fire druids to the test, that really holds them to the fire, so to speak. Or maybe not. We're going to find out, man. I'm really excited to see that one. Then we've got Speaking of Fire Druid players, this guy's a legendary Fire Druid player, but you know what he's switched to? Baloney Pony has swapped to the Fire Warlock. Another very fair Warlock build, I think, in PvP. Or maybe it's not. We haven't seen a lot of it, man, but tonight we get to see Baloney Pony throw down again on this build. He had some success with this last week. Curious to see how high he climbs, but there's going to be a pretty savage Necro standing in his way. One might argue, some might say, the top Necro in all of dueling ever, in any era, ever. And there's probably some people out there that are like, what about Toshank? What about Elite? What about Squigs? There's one thing that this guy has done that none of those other Necros have done. This guy right here has actually beat Mr. Llama SC. Nobody else can say that they've done that, and therefore, I think by that logic, it is pretty sound to say, best Necro ever. So Baloney Pony, long story short, has got his work cut out for him on that Firelock. So we're gonna see though, man. Should be a really fun duel. I can't wait, honestly. I have what I would consider a pretty high quality Necro build, and curious to put it to the test in unknown territory here. Speaking of unknown territory, Crypto Ninja on that Din, something that very few players have had the opportunity to explore. This guy always mixing it up on this Din. It's a very unique one. I hope we get to see this tonight, man. Very unique Din. But guess who else is on the Din tonight? We've got Riz. I think this is the first time we've ever seen him on a Din. He's going up against Crypto Ninja. He's going to be brought into the world of the Dins in absolutely violent fashion with the unpredictability of such a savage himself, Crypto. But will the aggression from all of his sin play, all of the barb play and sin play, the whirlwind strategies, the pure chains, how much will that come into play for Riz as he adapts to the Din build, to the Din class? I can't wait to see that, man. Pretty exciting fight. Then we've got Enigma going up against the return of Ted Stickles. This guy coming back. Man, it's good to see this guy. And guess what he's on? This dude's on a Druid, man. I think he might be bringing the Wind Druid back. It's going to be wild. Enigma will have the option of going in against him on a Sin or a Druid up to him. We haven't seen a Druid mirror match in a long time. But, that one, some say it's not as interesting. I disagree. I think it's actually pretty cool if they both go Wind Druid, but we'll see. Either way, Sin v Druid can also be pretty fun. It's gonna be wild. I just can't wait to see how Ted does against an absolute savage like Enigma. It is not an easy fight to come back to, but I'm telling you, this guy is a legend. Enigma had better not underestimate him, because he is a savage out there in the Bloodmoor. GDA Master and Jinshin, I believe, swapped up, so we've got a little bit of a change there. Forgive me, I forget exactly who he's going up against now. A little bit of a change in the card that I forgot to update here. But then we've got Serenity versus Dollhouse. Damn, son. Din v Sin Violence. Can't wait to see that one. Let's see if Dollhouse can stop this guy. See if he can put a stop to the reign of Serenity. This guy's a savage. Then we've got Squigs on the Necro versus Nimrod on the Din. Even Nim the other day, I see in Discord, he's like, what am I doing so highly ranked up? Look, bro, you deserve it. This guy's been kicking a lot of ass, but tonight he's got one hell of a challenge. Squigs on the Necro is a savage opponent, right? Nimrod will have ping advantage in this matchup, so that means he makes the game, he has all the ping, right? But it's a death match. He, in this very unbalanced matchup, is only going to need to win 2 rounds against legendary Necro player Squigs. I think with ping advantage and with some precise timing and patience, I think he can do it, man. I think it's possible, but it's definitely going to be hard. Big death match for this guy. That would be a huge win for Nim. Big test for Squigs. Both these guys, top of the ranks, savage duelers. Absolutely insane. Can't wait to see it, man. Ted Stickles with a second duel tonight against another Sin. He's probably like, does Coolie hate me? Why is he throwing me up against these Sin players? Look, man, it's only because I think this guy can do it. I think he can put him down. I think he can show the world what's up. I think he can put a stamp down on these Sins. Now, just as a reminder, the Sin players out there, in this matchup, Shadow Bay is banned, right? Shadow Master, no longer allowed in this matchup. We don't see it a lot, so maybe it's something that people aren't used to. Those Sin players cannot use Shadow Master. They can use the Shadow Warrior, right? But they can't use the best AI pet to ever exist to get these Mind Blast name locks from off screen for you. No, thank you. All right, fair duels only. That one should be sick though. And then look at this, man. We had to do it. We had to throw these two Warlock players up against each other. Travix has got himself 2 duels tonight. This Echo Lock versus Max's Blood Boil Lock. Now, if I was a betting man, I'd say that Blood Boil Lock is probably going to take it. However, Max has said in the past that against really good Echo Locks who keep savage pressure and just blow up all of his pets, he can struggle against them. So what kind of Echo Lock player is Travix? Is he going to be able to catch Max? Max is although he says that, he's a very evasive player. He can really escape you if he wants to. But additionally, he can also chain you when you're weak. We've seen this before. This guy's a savage, man. I think that's going to be a really fun Lock v Lock duel. Can't wait to see it, man. And then, of course, we've got the LLD division. AF50 on the Echo Lock versus... Who is this guy? Coolie on the Din? Oh man, me and AF50 we've got some words. We've got some beef to settle out there in that Bloodmoor. Me and this guy are gonna be throwing down. Can't wait for it, man. It's my first time in LLD in a long time here in the DFC. Finally converted some of these guys over and might as well just bite the bullet. Go after. Just challenge these Warlocks right away. You never know what's going to happen. No punch out. You can't be banning punch out like that for me at 50. I'm going up against goddamn Lock. You can't just be banning it like that. All right, we might need it. And then, of course, we've got BRP on the Sorceress versus GDA Master on the Zan in LLD. Can't wait to see that, man. Nimrod versus Brand Doom in the level 30 division. Din v Din showdown. That one's going to be sick, man. God, this card is just so vicious. LLD, level 30 duels, right close to my heart, man. Those are savage. That's just where it all started for me, the level 30 duels. So it's so good to see some epic duelers on this card ready to throw down, man. Then in the Melee division, AF50 making an appearance again, welcoming in Coach Jason to the DFC. Coach Jason coming in on a Druid. AF50, legendary Din player. He's going to see if he's going to try to put an early stop to the hopes and dreams of Coach Jason. I say that, but as you guys know in the DFC, it ain't about the losses, right? If you're actually interested in climbing the ladder, it's just about the wins. Whenever you get them, right? Whenever you get them, you climb up. That's what it is. But luckily, Coach Jason will have a couple of shots tonight. Skeletor also on the card versus this guy. He's going to be on a Din as well, so hopefully Coach Jason has those Din slaying... He's got that Din slaying practice. We'll see. Then we've got Green Lungs versus Nimrod. This feels like a blast from the past. Can't wait to see this Druid v Din showdown. How are the Druids going to do tonight? I'm excited to see this. I feel like it's a whole new era in Melee where the Druids have certainly pulled ahead. They've pulled ahead of the Dins, at least in recent happenings. They can contend with them now. It's certainly this back and forth. As it always has been in the Melee division. But for a while, the Dins certainly did dominate. So really cool to see this, man. And then, of course, Thorjitsu in the ROT dubs, still looking for a brave soul who can do some Melee on ROT dubs to go up against his Zon. You know, guys, we tune in each week for the violence. And that is exactly what it looks like we're gonna get tonight. Damn, son. All right. I've got my Necro here. I'm gonna hit up Baloney Pony. I'm gonna see what he's got going on. And when he's ready to throw down. And then I'm gonna check this Discord. We'll get a little bit of a queue going if anybody is streaming. When you thinking about jamming tonight? Hell yeah. Look at this, man. We've got a few people up in here. I'm going to check in with Nimrod first, see if he's got a duel going on or if he's just still practicing up. And then we've got Murder SC. And then it looks like we might even have a little bit of teams going on. At least guys starting something up over here. Starting something up. Looking like it's getting close. So I'm going to make a note, check in with that, man. See what's going on with teams. They might... There might be something going on. You never know. We've got 2 legends in there. Team 1, Team 2. Holy shit. Gonna be wild. All right, boys, let's check it out. Let's get up in there. Let's take a peek and see what these guys are doing. And we've got Nimrod waiting by the fire over here. I just saw Green Lungs tune in. I just saw this guy step into the Discord. I think we might have ourselves the first duel of the evening between these 2 legendary melee duelers. I think, oh, hell yeah. Nimrod says, we ready, let's friggin' jam it. Let's friggin' jam it. These guys going to the outer cloister to switch things up here. You gotta love it. And here we go, boys. This is it. This is the match right here. The first match of the night. Green Lungs versus Nimrod, the blast from the past. And how will it go, man? Big hits for Nimrod as he draws first blood. Holy shit, man. And there it is. He's making a big dominant statement for these Dins right out the gate in the melee division. Holy shit. It could have just been luck. It could have just been the RNG gods smiling down on this previous champion Din player, the longest reigning streak of the melee crown of any player. Or it could have been Destiny. Oh, and look at that. There it is. 2-0 now in favor of Nimrod. This is wild. Yeah, staring into the fiery abyss is what he does. By the way, what's up, Wicked? Good to see you, man. Yeah, he wants to Sin v Druid? Oh, I can't wait to see it, man. Just seeing that Enigma, by the way. It's going to be sick. I can't wait for that fight. Catching up on some chat here. You go right in the zone. DFC GM, yeah, hell yeah, man. No Poison Neck, no Oridin, no Lock, Auto allowed. Holy shit, some big comebacks there for Green Lungs with a cinematic zoom out during that duel right there for Nimrod. This guy's camera skills when it comes to dueling are... it's not even close. It's not even close. This is wild. All right, and here we go, man. 2-1 now in favor of Nimrod. Green Lungs trying to make a big comeback. He didn't get off to a good start here, but as we know with these melee duels, especially where ones that involve Nimrod, it ain't over till it's over. And here we go. Oh, big hits, though, for Green Lungs in this round. He's looking to tie up the score here. Looking like it's going to be his round, and there it is, tie score. Man, oh man. Yeah, there's actually a lot of them. There's actually a lot of rune words. There's no straight up banned list for the DFC, only like banned concepts, right? So like there are some banned, like just straight up banned items in Melee. But the big thing is like elemental damage is capped. So if you have any random rune word that just happens to do like shit tons of elemental damage, it's inherently banned by the rules, you know what I mean? But the ones that are just flat out banned, yeah, of course, grief and death are just flat out banned. That was a big round right there, by the way. Did you see that for Green Lungs? Big hits. I think these RNG gods now smiling in his favor. Just waiting for BRP or Zychek to DM me for a duel. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Did you reach out to him? Did you let him know, like, hey, ready when you guys are. No hurry, no worry. Yeah, if so, man, they might be. They might kick him into gear, you know? That'd be sick. I can't wait for that one, dude. Big hits for Nimrod to start this round off. Oh my god, a close round. Damn, son. Literally a sliver of life left for Green Lungs there as he pulls it out. That was a lucky win for him right there. Nimrod almost tied up the score, but now Green Lungs pulling away with a little bit here. 2-4 now in favor of Green Lungs. Damn, son. Green Lungs now looking to be in a pretty dominant lead here against Nimrod. This is nuts. Making a big statement for these Wolf Druid players here. Trying to swap over to Green Lung's perspective here, but looks like we're failing to dial in. I've had this problem a few times with Discord here. Sometimes we just got to give it... Sometimes you just got to give it a second. And sometimes we don't. Sometimes we just got to head right back over to Nimrod. Damn, son, right as he gets this flawless victory. Was that a flawless? Was that a flawless or... Ooh, oh man, that was a legit one. At first, that was so flawless. I thought he might have been clearing a pre-buff or something. But nah, that was legit. That was legit, man. Holy shit. All right, Nimrod coming back into this. I believe 3-5 now. He draws first blood here, but he's going to need to keep it going. He's going to need to keep it going. Those are some heavy hits from Green Lungs. There it is. Ties, or 4-5 now. Good timing on swap? Yeah, right? Did he go to... He must have gone and swapped, right? That or the RNG gods are smiling upon him. This is wild, man. All right, and here we go. Big hits for Nimrod to start this off. Hard telling what axe he might have here. It looks like possibly an EDC, or it could be... Oh, no, I know what it is. That's an EBOTD Berserker axe right there. He's going right back to his roots. I love this setup. This was a setup I think I originally took notes from Nim on when it comes to going up against Druids. Using that EBOTD, man. That thing is just so... You end up meeting your Deadly Strike with the helm, the amulet, you know, and all of this. The boots, of course. You have enough Deadly Strike. What you need is damage, right? You need damage to actually double on top of that Crushing Blow. And that is one savage setup that he's got right there as he ties the score. Oh no, he pulls ahead again. It's now 6-5 in favor of Nimrod. What a back and forth in this melee fight. The first bout of the night, man. Damn, son. All right, here we go. Look at this, though. This is vicious. Vicious power here from Nim. As Green Lungs looks away to recast that oak, and damn, doesn't even get... I don't even think he got it off. I don't even think he got the oak off. He got his cast animation got interrupted by that zeal. And now Nimrod pulls ahead here, advances to 7-5 after a very early back and forth. And here we go, man. 7-5, round 13. Oh my god, he recast it that time though. Good move, but he's gonna need to catch up on damage versus Nim. And he says, no problem, man. Now it's an even score. There it is. Holy shit, what a comeback, man. And that was with Green Lungs getting beat savagely in the first part of that round. Literally less than half before he dealt his first point of damage. What did Green Lungs do? He took a break in between. He lost that Oak Sage, but he recasted it mid-duel, took a few more hits for it. And man, what a comeback that round was. That was so good. I thought for sure he was out of that, especially when he turned around to recast that Oak Sage. I was like, nah, man. It's a good move because you're low on life, but man, he's had some catching up to do. He done caught up, didn't he? Holy shit, and this round looking real good for him. Now it's a tie score. What a back and forth between these guys. This is the legendary duel we could have hoped for right here. Between Nimrod and Green Lungs, man. It's been so... I think it's been so long since we've seen this duel between these guys. And man, have things changed since then. Yeah, turned that frown upside down. Yeah, very, very good match. This is epic. This is just really cool to see. Because sometimes you worry, you know, whether things are balanced between these two classes. And just this back and forth right here, this tense battle. It's so cool to see. It's so cool to see in the Melee division, man. This one could go either way, but it looks like, boom, there it is. Green Lungs pulls ahead once again in this. This is a non-title bout, so this is first to 10, no win by 2. So this could be 10-9. This could be, you know, there is no safety up in here, man. It is just first to 10. It is very close for both of these guys. 7-8 in favor of Green Lungs. Green Lungs just pulled ahead. Now he's looking to close it out, but Nim might have something to say about that with some big, vicious damage right out the gate. But Green Lungs is catching up, man. Holy shit. Down goes Nim. What? That should have been his round. That one should have been his round. He knows it. You know it. I know it. And Green Lungs knows it. That should have been Nim's round right there. He had so much damage stacked up at the beginning part of that duel. And that was just a comeback from hell right there for Green Lungs. And here we go, man. Big hits for Green Lungs, and there it is! 7-10 victory. Green Lungs lays the stamp down for these melee druid players. Let's take a look at the gear here from these guys. It's pretty wild. Wow. Curious to see this setup, man. It looked like Nim was going to do it. Looked like he was getting there, man. He's got himself an F shaft stop for the armor. Interesting there. Very, very interesting armor. And it appears as though these guys have used, yeah, fortitude on, okay, yeah, interesting. Went, wow. How was that duel so close? Nim must have been on Phoenix, right? Yeah, he must have been on Phoenix. Phoenix, that's why he's using the F shaft stop. Okay, I get it. Yep, Phoenix, big damage boost to the Breath of the Dying, F shaft stop to get the DR, and of course, big defense. This is a bit of a deviation from what we've seen from his previous setups there. It used to, oh no, he was on Alma Negra. Wow, no shit. I thought that's what I saw. I was just convincing myself that couldn't have been what I saw because damn, but it definitely was. That's crazy. He wasn't even using Fort or Phoenix. That's mind-blowing. That is mind-blowing right there. Wasn't even using Fort or Phoenix. And that was actually very back and forth. That's a win for both players, if you ask me. Nim making a statement there, not using Fort or Phoenix. And having such a close duel against a Phoenix using Druid, but man, a legend at that. It isn't just like some noob up in here. This is Green Lungs. Previous champion in his own right. Holy shit. That was actually wild. All right, boys, let's kick over to Murder SC and then we'll update this queue a little bit. We got DD up in here. Hell yeah. Let's kick over to that next, actually. Just checking in with Murder SC, seeing if he's jamming. We've got this. We've got LOL Rages ready to go, man. That's gonna be epic. If Murder ain't throwing down, we might pop over to that next, because that is a title bout here this evening. LLD title bout. I say we just check it out, boys. While we wait for our boy Murder SC to get up in there, I say we check it out. Look at this. LOL Rages throwing down. He's ready to go. We ready to go, boys. This is a title bout very early on in the night. LLD level 30 division. Who's going to come out on top? Let's find out tonight. In this corner, we've got reigning, defending, long-time, dominant LLD champion, DD, aka Icy Dicey, and it looks as though this guy has chosen the Barb for this matchup. And wow, I gotta say, this is gonna be a nail-biter. I almost thought if DD went Zon, I was like, something tells me based on his high rank, he might get it. You know, but I'm actually pumped to see this because I think this is a bit more of a challenging match. Barb versus Zon in LLD here. And DD, with a special rule, no shield, dual-wielding Barb. He turns on all of his perks. He's got his back glow, he's got his footsteps, he's got his TP ready to go, showing off that PVM prowess in PvP here as well. He's going to have to be on top of it, though. There it is. These guys are going at it. Nice movement here early on from DD. Scores a shot, but damn, son, LOL Rage is coming in. Big hits with those jabs. And look at this. Very nice footwork here from DD. He gets in, gets out. Look at this. Not getting too greedy. Just taking a shot, getting in, getting out. Wow, holy shit, man. This one is close. This is very, very close. Oh my god, a sneaky arrow there from Lol Rages. Sneaky arrow gets in there and delivers the final blow. That was so good. This is a masterclass right here. This is an absolute masterclass of how to duel on a Barb versus Zon. I mean, the timing of Icy here should be studied. Look at this. Just gets in, gets out, doesn't get too greedy with it. Doesn't just keep eating those jabs with no way to block them, right? He's almost baiting that bow there too. I like this. It's a great closing of the distance. Oh, big hits there. I think Lol Rages was looking to pull that bow out. He knows better against DD. You notice him, he's being very cautious to pull that out. He's got mad respect for the speed, the accuracy of DD. Mad respect for it. Nice hit there again. Oh my god. Nice hit there from DD. Sneaky, sneaky hit. Oh man, and just like that, you see that he's looking for those name locks, but most importantly, he's letting Lol Rages go right to the edge of the screen, which is believe it or not, is a very, very weird place to be when you're going up against a Zon and you're trying to maintain the range. And here's why it's really weird. Because you have to make a decision at that range. Do you bust out the bow? Are they gonna telly stomp you? Or are they gonna continue to run away? It's a very weird place to be. Right, just like that. And sometimes you catch them when they make the wrong move. DD is just doing this so well, man. This is insane.
Impossible.
Look at this, right to the edge, catches him with that bow out, man. Just like I was saying, it's a very important piece where you have to make a decision. And then he gets out of there before he gets hit with those jabs. And damn, son. Holy shit. 2-1 now in favor of DD, a.k.a. the Icy Dicey. This is getting wild, man. Damn, son. I cannot believe this. 2-1. I think, right? Yeah, 2-1 in favor of Icy. And this is just some great movement from him. Closes the distance immediately and just stays at this uncomfortable range for Lol Rages. Right at the edge of his screen. Look at this. Just walks out, and the reason he's walking out here is to avoid the jabs at close range. It's a very, very delicate balance. I cannot believe this. This is... to articulate how difficult this is to do on a no-shield Barb. Like, this guy... DD has pulled ahead so far in this matchup. This is a first of 4, and it's 3-1 in DD's favor. This is really hard to do against a good player like Lol Rages. It's very, very hard to do. Lol Rages is an incredible Zon player who is very familiar with range, swaps, timing, all of this, right? It's so hard. You got to be so accurate, so used to closing the distance on these barbs and just making it difficult. This walk away strat that he's doing here is so high skill. This walk away strat, perfect timing with the stomps. Nice walk down though. Nice walk down from Lol Rages. Damn, son, and we got ourselves a duel. 3-2. Damn, son. Enigma and Ted already? All right, brother, I'll throw you up in there. Holy shit. Enigma v Ted. That one's gonna be wild. Ted's got himself a sin test here tonight. Can't wait to see it.
I can't carry anymore.
It really is. It really is, GDA. Like, playing a Barb, in and of itself, playing a Barb in level 30 duels is so hard because all of this teleporting that you're seeing DD do is... it's all from a telly staff. Like, he's swapping weapons to do that and using a low-level dueling telly staff to pull it off. So, it's different than Enigma where, say, you can just swap a hotkey and then swap to your attack. You have to swap weapons, but it doesn't happen immediately. There's only a certain window where you're allowed in your casting animation to swap weapons. So the closer you do that to frame 1 after landing, the better it is. And probably the better dueler you are if you can continually nail that like frame perfect trick. And that's just to get back to your weapon side. Then, of course, you have to pull off the attack. You don't want to attack early because it will attack with your tele staff. The timing is so precise, man. So while this looks crazy and this might look fun that DD is up in here closing distance and just getting violent, teleporting in, making it look easy, this is actually really tough to do. Nice hits there from DD. Oh my god, man. This is a nail biter. Lol Rages looking to close the distance, looking to land some jabs. That's definitely the safer thing to do. It keeps that shield up all the time, but it's less damage because the physical part of those jabs can still miss. The lightning will always hit, but the physical can still miss. Oh man, what a duel here. Oh man, right down to the wire! Right down to the wire! That was insane! That was high-level mind games there from Icy. I always say this about barbarians. No matter what format you're playing, it's a mind game, right? You gotta read your opponent. You gotta make them think you're gonna do something that you ain't doing, right? And that was just so well played right there by DD. This guy, man, he is a force in LLD. That was so crazy to see. Looking clean. Clean execution. This is just wild. Absolute GG's, man. That was nuts. I think these guys might show off the gear here. Looks like they're about ready to go into trade. Let's check it out. Two absolutely decorated savage players here. It looks like he might have borrowed a jab. I think he borrowed a jab from yeah. Look at this. He borrowed a jab. DD just lending him jabs. Level 30 gear is certainly something rare that you don't always get to see. Some players don't even know that they should be looking for it, right? Some of this gear, you might see it and be like, wow, what the hell? You know, like, I would never even know to check for that, right? The passive skills, passive 30-22 open socket. I mean, granted, if you find one of those, you're probably still not passing it up. But man, the jewels even, the magic armors here, both of these guys running a very similar magic armor in base anyway, which is 3 socket, 80 life. You know, those are very hard to come by. You know, super rare, certainly a staple in LLD. It's all about the jewels they put into them. This is so wild. Look at this helm here. Gosh, man. This gear is wild. This gear is wild from both of these guys. And I can't stress this enough. Both of these guys, insanely top tier players on their classes. This was a great duel to see. I feel like it could have gone either way. Lol Rages almost had that last round, which would have tied it up. That would have been so crazy, man. Violence, boys. We're here for it. Very good duel. And still, DFC reigning defending LLD champion, the Icy Dicey himself. Damn, son. All right, well, I do see Ted up in here. Let me see. I don't see anybody streaming it from Ted's perspective here. Oh, Enigma might be streaming it, but he's in Teams right now. Oh, nope, Ted's on. Let's do it. Let's jam it. Let's pop over into Ted. Looks like these guys ready to throw down Ted v. Enigma in a Druid v. Sin showdown. It's so good to see this guy back, man. Ted is ready to jam it. He's got himself, you know, a class that up until, you know, most recently, I absolutely hated. But I got to say, the Sins, it's kind of, you know, they're now welcome. It took a whole nother class coming in and just being asinine, you know, but that wasn't the reason. But the point is, the Sins and this should be a pretty epic duel. It looks like we lost the Ted stream here. We're gonna try to figure out what's going on here. Try to figure out what's going on. I'm gonna pop into Enigma stream. He's down here in this other channel. He might be getting ready to fire it up. Let me pop this out here. You might not be able to see this. I will fix it. Hold on one moment. All right, let's do it like this. Here we go. This might look a little better. Yeah, here it is. Sorry, DC restreaming. All right, GG. Yeah, let's check it out. I like to see this from the Druid standpoint because They tend to be the more aggressive player in this matchup. And I was like seeing that perspective, you know, the perspective of the aggressive player, because you kind of get to see how the action is being pressed. We don't always get it, but you know, it is good to see. Now that being said, he's gonna have to be, I say, more aggressive player. He's still gonna have to play pretty cautiously, honestly. He's gonna have to. He can't be just teleporting in willy-nilly. He's gotta watch out for the traps. He's also got to play a bit of a mind game himself. You know, that's how it's got to be. I also want to make a note here to check back in with Nimrod after this. See how this is going. He might be ready for his LLD throwdown. That was so epic, man. That title bout. It's never a dull night in the title bouts of DFC, man. It's so crazy. Melee, LLD, HLD, they're all just savage. I mean, you got to figure it's the best of the best, man. And DD certainly deserves that title. I've never seen such a well-rounded dueler on every single low-level class. Like, he can play just about anything. The only thing he chooses not to play, it seems, is a din. But, you know, that just means between the two of us we're an unstoppable 2v2. You know, it's what it is. The top din right here. Everybody knows it, all right? Nobody tell Jits. Top charger in the world right here. All right, everybody knows it. Make sure Jits isn't in the chat. Yeah, that Cirque is nuts, man. All that gear that those guys are rocking is just so wild. It's so good to see. All right, and here we go. The next part of this, we've got Ted on the Druid. We've got Enigma on the Sin. Nice stomp there from Ted. And it looks like Enigma is a bit of a hybrid Sin here. This is interesting. It makes me think that based on the life pool here, you notice that Ted's life pool as a Wind Druid is only 5.7k. If you know, you know, right? And some of you might know what that means. He has built his Druid in a very specific way here. Knowing that he's going up against a hybrid Sin player, he wants to be able to block. He doesn't want to get pieced up by that whirlwind when he goes in for the stomp. So what does he do? He goes in for that max block. And so far it's paying off, man. He is barely scathed here. And you see this strategy. As he goes in, throws those NATOs. That was a nice one. I think that one might have hit. That or it got claw blocked. But either way, you notice this strategy. It's very similar to a Necro versus a Zon in the sense that he'll go in with all of these wolves, with the Oak Sage and all of this. And having his Cyclone armor up, everything, right? And as soon as he gets that ship blown up, he just teleports away, resets, and goes back into engage. The Cyclone armor, super important here. You might notice that he hasn't taken any damage so far. That's all strategical, all right? That's all. He did just get clipped there. But that's because that Cyclone armor is going to eat up a lot of that lightning trap damage, right? So unless Enigma has really focused on big trap damage, it's going to be hard to immediately break the Cyclone armor and start doing vicious damage. And that being said, you can also just get low rolls on the traps. He could have, like, you know, let's say he has 12, 14k traps. You could still get literally 1 damage rolls on that. It's so bad sometimes, you know, but you never know. The point is, you gotta have the ability, I think, especially in this matchup, to do vicious damage with the traps, because if your opponent's going in max block, it is going to be hard to get in on them. You don't want to be in this competition where you're at close range, you're trying to land a whirl and they're trying to land a NATO. It just usually doesn't work out against a character with max block. Hell yeah, thanks for the update, Joby. That's sick. +3 needed? Oh, damn, son. Let's go. Put Ted 9 in the queue too? Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah, brother. Ted versus Will, Ted versus Enigma. He's just going up against all the Savage Sin players tonight. Damn, man. Yeah, he's gonna slap a Fury Claw on. It looks like this is interesting. So Enigma's going to the stash here. Let's see if we can cut over to his point of view. He's going over to the stash, and he's going to swap out. He's likely going to be focusing a bit more on open wounds, and that is to hopefully punish his opponent for when he lands these. You know that the hit that he landed there, the couple that he landed on Ted with Whirlwind. Ted got very lucky, didn't get cut open, didn't take a lot of poison damage from that venom. So now what Enigma's trying to do is he's trying to cut him open. He's trying to make it so that when he does hit, it really counts, right? When he does sneak one of those hits through with max block, he can safely get out, rely on the traps a little more, right? Just increase his distance from Ted and just let the damage over time do its work. I kind of like that. I do like a spider sin in this matchup better than, say, a hybrid sin. When you're going up against a player with max block, it's just you don't want to be hunting those big hits. I don't think. I think you really do just gotta hope to cut them open and hope that they really don't. You don't really want to stay in that close range. Like I said, you don't really want to go looking for those hits with Whirl. You just want the traps to do the damage. You can also chase as someone goes away to recast their pets. It's a good time. You want to watch out for that back NATO, right? When they turn the tables on you, they start telly stomping you again. Want to watch out for that. But it's not a horrible idea to chase at that point. Try to score some of those Whirls even. That's probably the ideal situation to attempt to land them. Because it might invite the druid to stay there, right? To say, all right, you know, this is technically a battle that I win. You know, if you're whirlwinding and I'm trying to recast pets, or I don't have any pets up or whatnot, I can beat you with NATO here, right? So they stay a while, right? But that's when you cast up a trap. Throw up a trap there to make things interesting. They'll go away. They'll try to recast those pets. You keep that pressure up, man. It's really hard to escape. Yes, great observation. Yeah, great comment there, Black Diz. This is Spirit Monarch max block. He's dumped all those points into dexterity to get max block with a Spirit Monarch. And the reason he does that is to keep up his cast rate, right? He needs to get to 163 to hit the max cast rate, max breakpoint as a druid. And it's really hard to give that up against a Sin who's trying to stun you, you know, who's... Every second counts when you're in there. Every frame counts when you close the distance. So you got to be able to cast quick, right? So that's what he does. Yeah, great. I don't think I ever finished that thought, so I appreciate you bringing us back there. You know, that was basically what he did. It's a Spirit Monarch that he is statted for max block with. So that is a lot of dexterity, which is why Ted's life total is 5.7. It's crazy. Doom and I will be standing by for LLD. Hell yeah, man! I got you in there. We'll check in with you guys right after this. Now I'm gonna check in with LLD, and then we'll go over to Ted v. Will. Give Ted some time to recover from this matchup. Big hits there from Ted. See if we can sneakily swap back over here. See if we can sneak right back over. This is something I'm gonna have to learn. When I switch to channels, I have this set up in my OBS to look for this specific window from this channel. I'm gonna have to change that. I'm gonna have to see if I can get it to look for, hopefully look for any window from Discord. But yeah, because if I swap channels to teams, I have to swap views. You know, it's something new. With something new comes new puzzles to figure out. So here we go. And now it looks like Enigma's coming back online here. Nice hit there again. And that time, I'm surprised it didn't cut him open. Oh, man, but he gets there. Somehow, Ted lands it. He might have got cut open, but then... no. I was going to say, will the death stop the damage over time? I don't think it will. Either way, that's crazy. Close duel there. Enigma almost had it. He's certainly learning the cadence a lot better in this round. Certainly making some progress in that round. That Fury might have been the call. Fury is where it's at, I think, man. Yeah, FT4. FT4, baby. So that might have been, I would assume maybe Ted has 3 here. I think Ted's got 3 wins. I've lost count. Sometimes when I get, oh no, it's 2-0 currently. All right, that's what I thought. 2-0 so far for Ted. This is wild. We haven't seen this matchup in a very long time. I gotta say, one build that we actually haven't seen in a long time has been a Savage Wind Druid player, right? We don't see many good players on Windy these days. And Ted is certainly a very good player, very good dueler, and it's so refreshing to see him on a Wind Druid. I think the last time we saw a very dominant player on Windy was the Reign of Gators, right? Which now seems, although he was most recently champion before Polytheist took it back, it was a bit of a shorter reign. But the reign that he had before that was insane, and he was a Druid main, just pulling off tricks that were crazy to see, man. Next level shit. I think it is really cool, and is becoming sort of a lost art in PvP of the Wind Druid players. And I honestly wonder why. Anyone have an idea? Why are Wind Druids not as played these days? Granted, the Fire Druid is technically better on paper, but the Windy is still strong, man. Still very, very strong. There's a lot of Necro players playing to try to counteract the Fire Druids, but a good counter to Bone Necro is a good Wind Druid player. Nice hits there from Enigma. True. Yeah, that's a good point, Mr. Crow. Yep, it is very hard to play it at a top level. It's one of those classes that's easy to learn, very difficult to master. Damn, son. Enigma making a comeback here. How he played that with that bit of aggression as Ted came in, lost all of his pets, followed up, landed those hits. That's exactly, I think, what he wants to do, is just punish Ted when all the defenses are down, right? Now Ted playing a bit from the outside. He's going to try to kite him towards these NATOs. He's going to try to make Enigma come in. But Enigma needs to be careful not to fall for that trap, right? Because he's going to hit these up NATOs. What Enigma needs to do now, and what Ted is trying to force him to do a little bit, is aggress with the traps, right? There it is, just like that. Lay those traps and kind of hunt him with those traps. That's what he's got to do. He's got to go hunting with the traps. CT cast him, lay him out at such a vicious range. That's how he's got to roll with it. Oh, hell yeah, Squigs. Hell yeah, man. We're going to check in with Nim after this with whatever duel is going on. He might have an LLD duel. Whatever duel Nim is on, I'm going into next. But I'll put Nim v Squigs in there as well, just in case it's something different. Just in case Nim is ready for that. I think he's ready for LLD. Alex and I for the melee bout also. Sick, man. All right, yeah, we'll get you in there. We'll go, I think that was first, actually. So we'll go Smolps v Alex, then Nim v Squigs. But we're going to check in with Nim next, man. I think he's ready to throw down LLD. Ooh, nice stomp there from Ted. I am surprised Enigma lived through that one. That stomp was insanely good. And Enigma got caught there. I think he was, I'm not sure what was going on. He stayed there for way longer than he should have. Nice stomp again. And Ted gets there 3-0 so far. That was a very, very close round. These are getting a lot closer, these rounds. So this could be the time, has to be the time for Enigma to turn it around in this. This has to be the round. He's figured out the cadence. He's done better and better against Ted each round here. Now he's really got to push it. What we've seen from what he has seen success with in this matchup is two things, right? Is setting up those traps, landing big trap damage. That's obviously number one. He's known that. But the times where he's seen some success is when he blows up the defenses of Ted and then chases him down, right? As Ted's running away, we've seen some nasty chains from Enigma as he gets in there, lands another hit with the whirlwind, forces Ted into this weird situation. Does he stay there and recast pets? Does he fire back with a NATO? Does he try to fight the whirlwind? What does he do, right? That's the situation. That's the moment that I think Enigma wants to keep Ted in, is that perpetual state. Right when he blows up those pets, when Ted goes away, Tully's away to recast, that's just as awkward as it is. That's the moment that I think that's the state that Enigma wants to stay in, right? He wants Ted to stay right there, perpetually thinking, should I recast? Should I NATO? Should I run? And then he's just staying on top of him. Every time he goes in, he sees those traps just blow up those pets. That's the time. Damn, big hits though from Enigma. That's exactly what he wants to do. Looks like he might have cut him there as well. There it is. He's trying to push that pressure with it. Leading with the traps. This is really good. When Ted, this is the type of pressure right here. This is the exact type of pressure that Enigma needs to do. You see him leading with those traps, making it very dangerous for Ted to kick around, look for the stomp. This is amazing. He has really figured this out here. Nice setup there as well. Land some more trap damage. Now Ted is naturally going to back off a little bit. And man, Enigma is looking clean with that life total. He is looking clean. Yeah, you can just 5-stack and up whirl. That's pretty smart too at a low life total. I really like that pressure though that that Enigma put on. I think that is just, that's incredible. Just constantly hunting with those traps. Nice hits there as well. I'm surprised. I am surprised Ted survived that. What an epic back and forth. Can Ted make a savage comeback for a 4-0 here in this round? He's got, it's literally all uphill. I don't think Enigma has taken a lick of damage here. Nice aggression there from Ted. Risky aggression, but he gets in, gets out. Risky, but he made it. That was a calculated risk, and he survived it. True, yeah. Yeah, I think that Mind Blast, that's a pretty good suggestion too, right? The only way that Ted is going to get it by aggressing here is he's got to get the stomp, right? So if you're just ready with that Mind Blast, he's never getting it in. Nicely done here from Ted. I'm very surprised that he's still able to... he's getting in here, closing the distance, landing some good shots, or throwing some good shots at least, and surviving. Like, look at that. Still getting in there, making them count. Chooses not to stomp in versus those 5-stacks. Holy shit, man. I think he's actually delivered some damage here to Enigma. Enigma might have taken some NATOs here. Enigma might have taken some NATOs. Ted might be slowly working his way back. Oh yeah, he's taking some damage. Ted is being very cautious. Holy shit, man. Trying to set up some up NATOs here just in case Enigma comes in, tries to aggress. Literal 0 life rep here from Ted, if you notice. He has come off from Hodo in favor of Whiz Spike just to help him reach those cast break points, but what he gives up with that is life rep. And when you get into real duel territory right here, that's when you really notice the no life rep, right? He is repping it back a little bit of life, but that's when he's killing the Shadow Master. Nice stomp there from Ted. Wisely gets out. And you notice what Enigma just did right there. That was dirty. So many people don't know this. They haven't figured it out, but there is a new glitch, I guess you could say it is, with the assassin, where for some reason after the new patch, you no longer need LOS to cast Mind Blast. So what that means is you no longer need line of sight to hit somebody with Mind Blast. So you can do it through walls. You can do it through houses. And what Enigma did there is he noticed that Ted was sitting on, you know, in that corner, protecting himself from the traps. So he just tellies up, no intent to whirlwind him or anything. He just held down the Mind Blast and Ted was getting hit right through the wall. It's so crazy. Nice NATO there from Ted as he narrowly escapes. Yeah, very, very dirty. I don't know why. There's also a visual glitch ever since the last update. There's a visual glitch where you can't see when your projectiles, like you can't see when your projectiles change direction when they've locked onto a player. I don't believe the other player can either. They still do it, but the graphics that you see appears as though they never change direction. So for example, a guided arrow, right? A guided arrow that locks onto something that behind a wall, you know, right? Like, or behind a corner. You shoot something, bank it around a corner like a bone spirit or a guided arrow. Something that does change direction and hit your opponent around a wall. You can't see it. It won't on your screen, and I believe on your opponent's screen, it will not change direction. It'll appear to be continuing on straight, but on server side, it will actually change direction and hit your opponent, and you'll never see it. Like, there's no way to see it. You can't see where you're getting hit with. It's crazy. They fucked something up. The line of sight edition with Mind Blast there. I don't know how they would have fucked that up, but it's wild. And there it is, by the way. Enigma got there in that round. Ted almost made a big comeback, though. Yeah, I mean, you would figure, Squigs, with the visual ones, they should probably fix that, right? Like, that just looks bad. Looks really bad, hurts the gaming experience and everything. Like, it literally can't see that the projectile has changed direction. On both player screens, it just looks like it's still going straight. But it actually did change direction. It's so weird. But then on top of that, the line of sight with Mind Blast has got to be the most broken thing. So it used to be that, like, if the Sin was behind that little corner that you just saw, right? And the Druid was on the other side of it, and the Sin was Mind Blasting them, the Mind Blast wouldn't actually go off. They could hold the name lock and everything, but the Mind Blast wouldn't go off. But now, it's different. It will go right through the wall. The other thing, though, that is very weird is that the Shadow Master doesn't seem to know that. So I guess that's a good thing. The Shadow Master will never try to cast Mind Blast through a wall, even though it can. For some reason, some sort of coding error in there has made it so that the Shadow Bay still thinks that Mind Blast doesn't have line of sight or can't use line of sight. Or you know, requires line of sight, I should say. But it doesn't anymore, which is just really a travesty. Looks like these guys have got some nice teams going over here too. I'm gonna try to pop back into Enigma and see what's going on this part, on this end of the street. There we go. Looking clean. Oh, tornadoes are fine, man. Tornadoes, like, just take a bit of getting used to. They're sort of like hammers in the sense of they have a trajectory that they follow. And believe it or not, they actually, call me crazy with this, but I think in D2R, they actually try to seek the target out a little bit, which was not the case in LOD. But this is just, it's always an inkling, a feeling that I've had that they seek out to a small degree. If the target, like, is standing there, it will just kind of work its way to them. It's weird. But, no, I mean, they shouldn't be predictable, right? Like, it's a tornado, and it does vicious fucking damage. Like, there should be a drawback to it, just like hammers, right? but they are way more pinpoint accurate than hammers are. You can aim those. Oh man, look at this. Ted happy to stay right there, but this is an interesting spot, man. Ted is in trouble. Oh my god, man. An Enigma. Happy to trade. Holy shit. Now 3-2. Still in favor of Ted, but Enigma trying to make a big comeback.
Yes.
That was wild. Nice call there. And that is, I mean, that is the extreme of the situation we were talking about earlier, right? Where Ted was literally like, he was trying to, he didn't have any of his pets up, but he was like, okay, well, Enigma's here. I can either tele away and get chained and possibly world by that. But he's not setting up any traps. So if he comes in, I'm just gonna throw a NATO. But Enigma was happy to make that trade. He's just like, all right, this is the perfect spot. Like, I won't use traps if you don't have your pet or your oak up. Let's go. Let's make this a duel, right? And he came out on top. It's a very close one, but he came out on top with that. 3-2 in favor of Ted. Epic round right there. That was so cool. So is ED max bug fixed yet? No. Some people told me they read something like that on JSP, but when I tried it on offline mode, it still was buggy. Yes. So the bug exists with physical damage like Whirlwind or Zeal, right? So if you have ED, min or max, or both in a non-weapon item, if you have both of those things, it goes way deeper than this. I'm making it very simple, but the bug still exists if you're using melee attack or close range attacks like that. But if you're using ranged attacks, such as arrow, throw, I don't know about echo, like echoing strike. I'm not sure what that counts as. I would assume ranged, but there is no bug with that. It works as intended with those, but it's only those close range attacks that there's a bug. Making the new jewel sort of weird. I almost wish they would have gone like 50 ED and no min or max damage on it. Just like, don't invite the bug, you know? It would have been way better of a jewel. Yeah, it's, so if you put it into a helm, if you put an ED jewel into a helm that had min or max damage on it, that ED, if it had min damage on the helm and you put, oh man, nice up NATO there from Ted, and you put, you know, on a min damage helm, you put an ED jewel in it, the ED only applies to the max damage. Vice versa as well. If it had max, it only applies to the min. If it had both min and max, it applies to neither. So the ED is just dead at that point. I would think so, yeah. Crushing Blow, Deadly Strike, Open Wounds. Deadly Strike not so much on a spider setup, but I really think the Open Wounds is something that Enigma's going for. Nice turnaround there from Ted as he tries to get in and finish. Just like that, as Enigma thought he was going to be running away, he turns the tables and takes it. Holy shit, what a good duel between these guys, man. That was fucking epic. All right, boys, let's cut over. We've got Nimrod up in here, and I think he's ready to throw down an LLD. Let's check her out. Let's get back over to the main channel here. Boom. Here we go, boys. This is the one. Mr. Nim on the LLD Din versus Brand Doom. Let's fucking go. Nimrod, Savage Din player. Brand Doom, also a Savage Din player. One could say a Din main, melee, LLD, everywhere. This guy is just loving jamming on those Dins. Gonna be so good to see these guys throw down. Brand Doom might be a little bit AFK here. He might be on a bio break. Might be sipping and dripping. Oh, here he is. He's back. And look at that. He's got those footsteps. He's got those footies, man. This dude has found, he's at least found all the set items. But yeah, I think particularly in that duel, yeah, it all depends. I think if you're trying to hit it all with Whirlwind, Gores is better. Oh, nice hit there from Brand Doom. Brand Doom going in with a hoplite over here. You notice that This is a very rare build. It's a hoplite. It's a charger slash throw paladin. And I love these things, man. If you have the right jabs, too, you can get in there and throw some smites at close range. You probably wouldn't do that against a hammered in. But you can get in at close range, throw some smites, proc amp, then get in there with just constant charge. It's so crazy. Nice hits from the outside from Nim. This is a level 30 duel, by the way. A little bit different than the HLD. These guys are dueling at level 30 LLD, low-level duels, as they say. Yeah. Hoplite, man. Throw and charge. It is a really cool build. I love it. I used to have one of these in LOD, and man, it's so good to see it. It's so good to see Brand Doom on this. I think this is an epic one. Nice charge there from Brand Doom. Now, you again probably wouldn't try this strategy as a hoplite against an H-Den, but against other characters, what you can do is you can throw and proc their block and follow it up immediately with a charge. One of those is, I wouldn't say guaranteed to hit, but certainly guaranteed to try, right? Defense might come into play a bit, but, you know, if your timing is correct, it's so hard to block both of those. You need really high block rate for it. And it's just constant, vicious. So much shit going on. Yeah, hell yeah. Y'all got some good team duels going on, huh, Joby? Dude, I'll have to pop in and check that out, man. We've got a little bit of duels in the queue here, but it's good to know. And there it is, man. Down goes Brand Doom as he scores one big charge against Nim. And Nim puts him down. What's the queue looking like? Let me give you an update here. We've got this one going on, and then it is I think after this one, what we're going to do is go into Smolps v. Alex. That's for the Melee title. And then we go Ted v. Will. So after the Melee title bout, right after this, Will, it'll be you guys. So after this duel, Melee title bout, Will. Will and Ted. Wasn't that a show? Damn, man. Nimrod getting in here showing this din violence on the H-Dong. That's crazy. This is I gotta say, super fun. What I think Brand Doom has got to do here is really really just utilize the range of that throw. Theoretically, with some good throws, you will outdo the FOH. It won't feel like it at first, because your jabs are either gonna they're either gonna miss, get blocked, or they're not, right? Like, and when they don't, when you're missing or your opponent's blocking them, it feels really bad. But when you do hit, it's gonna be vicious, right? It's definitely gonna outdo that FOH from afar, which is really what he's doing here. Uh-oh, he's utilizing that conviction, though. And he landed a ham there. Brand Doom danced a little too close to the sun. And I honestly think in this matchup right here, the Hoplite really just needs to... Usually a Hoplite will have a big, heavy hitter two-hander on his opposite side, right? Because you always got to be able to pull out those charger tactics versus anything, right? That's your big bread and butter. But, you know, the harassment from range is really what the Hoplite, you know, devastating harassment from range is what the Hoplite brings to the table. You know, and I think you harass a din like this from the outside with that, you know, with the throw. But I really would just have an insight on the swap, and as soon as Nim gets a little froggy, that's when you go in for that big hit. Brand Doom might even just be, he might not even be on that, though. Nice hit there. You can see that's like big 200 damage from the outside, and that's how Brand Doom wins these outside duels here. That's what he's got to do. Like, you know, how he's playing right now is perfect. Right from the outside, pick your shots. Damn, Nim cuts him off and puddles him, though. That was a big ham. And now Brand Doom's got to be careful not to get too froggy and try to get into these hammer fields. Right? Just rely on that throw. Pick your shots just like that. Very nicely done. And this is the thing. There it is. He does have, or maybe he has insight. No, he's got a scepter with meditation and FOH. Interesting. I was gonna say it's during those times when you've got Nimrod. Nice charge there. When you've got Nimrod looking for those angles and hunting you down, and really not relying on that FOH. That's when you can catch him with charges, right? But you can't do it when they're ready, when they have that hammer field up, when they've spun a couple times. You are on jab duty, right? You're on jab duty, ranged combat. That's it. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. That's what it is. Thanks, Crypto Ninja. Yeah, Bill and Ted. Bill and Ted. William and Theodore. Both of these guys are actually pretty low here. Brandoom has landed some big hits, and so is Nim in this Din v Din showdown here. Nim trying to regain some of that mana, which tells me he might try to rely on these hams a little more, which is good for Brandoom, because that means he can rely on that throw, and that certainly wins the fight at range, I think. Throw it, as long as you're assuming your aim is good, certainly wins the fight at range. Oh, nice angle cut there, though, from Nim. That is, I think, going to frustrate Brandoom a little bit. But he's got it. There he goes. That's exactly what he needs to do. Just maintain that composure. If he wants to stay in the hammer field, we throw. If he goes to the FOH, we throw. It's when he starts getting froggy, that's when we charge. Just like that. Very nicely done. He could theoretically finish it with a jab here, but now Brandoom is very low and could get FOH PK'd, that's dangerous for him. Nim trying to protect himself with a couple hams as he swaps to FOH to try to finish this. There it is, man. Caught him with that ham coming in. Those protection hams, man. Just like that. 4-0 for Nim. That was savage, man. Very nicely done. Holy shit. What a showdown. What a showdown, throwdown, Din-like hoedown up in the LLD division here. That was epic. Right after this, I think these guys might show off some gear here, which is going to be really good to see if they do. But then we'll cut over to the melee title bout of the evening. And then after that, we've got William and Theodore. Travix says he might also need a replacement. None of his opponents have responded. Bro, you know what? We might have to throw down. I'm trying to build it back up. You know, if that's the case, we'll have to get up in there, Travix. We'll make it happen. I need some practice for this other warlock I'm going up against too, you know? Baloney pony ain't no joke. Dude, hell yeah, man. Look at this. These guys just... some insane charms there from Brandoom. He's got 3 2015s, the King of the King LLD jewel right there. Yeah, this was a really cool duel, man. Love the matching small charms here from Nimrod as well. Just... LLDs are so unique, man. In the gear that they use, the choices that they have to make. It's so crazy to see. And both of these guys exemplify it so well. As these two top-tier Din savages show off their gear, meeting in the rogue encampment after an insane duel. That was crazy, dude. All right, boys. Well, let's kick over to Smolps v. Alex, the melee title bout of the evening. Then we've got Ted and Will. We're going to cut back into Nimrod versus Squigs after. That's what the current queue is looking like. We do have some more people in there I'm going to have to throw in. But let's do that first, man. Let's kick over. Melee title bout of the evening. Squigs versus Alex. Who's going to take this one, boys? Place your bets. Because it is about to get real violent up in here. As Smolps, legendarily in Act 4, go into the River of Flame, boys. And his opponent is waiting. The throwdown of the melee title about to happen. Let's see it, boys. And here we go in round one. These guys have started up here, and holy shit, Smolps barely gets there. He was behind that whole round and just pulls it out to make it 1-0 in favor of the current attempting to defend his title. The current champion. Holy shit, man. Big hits there. This is what he needs. By the way, what's up, Thomas Hud? Good to see you, man. And Wicked One Ball, the legend himself. Bro, thank you so much for the legend tier membership on YouTube, bro. Appreciate you. Big cheers, brother. So good to see you as always, man. How goes the Fairman, by the way? Just, tis the season now, ain't it? It's getting crazy. I guess it's kind of always the season for you. But damn, son. Weather's getting warmer is the point, and you know, I'm excited about it at least. Second round here. Now 2-0 in favor of the champion. This is crazy. Alex is another absolute savage. And Nimrod stepping up in here. I love this, man. That is actually really cool. Nimrod stepping up in here to clear the to clear the pre-buffs after each one of these rounds. What a savage. This guy is awesome, man. What a nice guy. Might have seen Nimrod randomly popping up in here, felling these people after the rounds. That is just to clear CA procs, to clear Mark of the Wolf procs, all of these things. Big hits for the champion. Smiticus in trouble. Down goes Alex. This is wild, man. Puma now 3-0. Smolps off to a dominant start here. Very, very impressive win for Smolps last week as he took down reigning dominant champion in the Melee division, Jagger Swags. And this guy highly would suggest checking out his YouTube channel. He made a nice short about it as well. Really kind of tells a little bit about the story of this druid. I would really love to see full-length video about the story of this druid, because I really do think it's an epic underdog tale. Really cool to see, dude. 3-0 so far for the champion, but can Alex come back? Alex might be making a swap here. He might be going up to the stash to swap. It could be. Looks like he's popped back out here. We're gonna look at it from Alex's point of view here. And here we go. Cinematic zoom in for these guys, and wow. Still some heavy hits from the champion. Certainly a savage life pool to work through for Alex. This is nuts, man. Smolps really solidifying his spot, and just to put it into perspective, I mean, Jagger Swagger was by far, like, most dominant champion in recent Melee history. Very, very tough. There was a big question as if anyone could ever get through that guy. He was so good. But Alex was also very highly ranked. So was Nim. Like, these guys, you know, are just absolutely top-tier Melee players. It felt bad even throwing Alex against Smolps for Smolps' first title defense, but I gotta say, man, he's doing all right so far. It looks like 5-0 so far. This is insane, which is kind of a mirror of how his first bout with Smolps with Jagger went way back in the day. He got absolutely flatlined on that wolf by Jagger. He made some swaps. He literally went back to the drawing board. Now, not only is he the champion, but he's delivering that sort of punishment to these Din players, man. He really did take that. I really think this is an interesting story of Melee, where he took this druid just to all new heights, man. Flipped it right around, learned the matchups, learned the swaps, and it's so cool to see this. But Alex gonna have to do something. He says, can you not hit every time, please? Where's the max block, Alex? I thought this character had max block. What is this shit? That's crazy. Let's pop back into the Smolps point of view here. This guy also a controller player, you might have noticed, from his different setup here with his icons, with the buttons associated with them. Holy shit, man. This is an absolute savage beatdown so far, and a dominant lead by the champion. 7-0. He's not showing any mercy here. Not showing any mercy.
Help me, help.
There it is, Alex praying to the to his heavens brethren Hadriel over there, hoping for some better RNG. Oh, damn, Thomas, that's sick, man. 90% uniques on both dueling accounts as well. Holy shit. And there it is, man. Finally, Alex gets on the board. He's gonna have one hell of a comeback though to make it. He's gotta dig himself out of this hole because he is down a lot in this round, in this match. He says at least no shutout, right? It is still possible. We have seen, if y'all remember the days of the Nim, the reign of Nim at the top, we've seen this very matchup with Nim coming back from, I believe it was 8-2, and he came back to win it. And there it is, man. Alex is going to be trying to do the same thing. Now 2-7. Holy shit. He's trying. He's going for it, man. Alex could pull this off. It's a very real possibility of a comeback here. And probably the most impressive one since the days of Nim, when he pulled this off in the epic showdown. For the title and everything. It was him versus Lucian. Oh my god, though. Big hits for the champion. And now Smiticus, aka Alex, is in trouble. That was big. That was big, man. Those were just huge hits right off the rip. Yeah, I think so too, Darius. This is sick, man. It's so good to see. I mean, it's just such a good underdog story, you know what I mean? It's so good to see. Playing on the controller as well, like this guy, let me tell you. Something different about him. He's walking back a little bit here. And here he goes. It's now 8-2 in favor of the champion. Down goes his Oak Sage, but is that going to be enough for Alex to get through? Is that going to give him the opportunity that he needs? It does! Now 3-8, still in favor of the champion, but a very, very possible comeback here for Alex. It's not off the table at this point. It's not off the table. What he needs to do first is just he needs to catch up, right? He needs to tie the score at least. He needs to make it so that they have to go to overtime, right? That's, theoretically, he could just get all of his wins right here and win. Technically, he could. But what he's going to be trying to do first is catch up. And damn, son, catch up he is doing. This is crazy, man. This is absolutely crazy. When you rely on EBOTD, your stats are doomed? I don't know, man. I don't know. True, I guess. You can't really swap off of it because you probably already made up for, you know, you've done the max block calculations and all of this. Here it is. This is looking real scary. Looking real scary for Alex. It is 4-9 now in favor of the champion. Comeback is possible, but certainly unlikely. Alex is going to need 5 straight wins here to tie the score. That's what needs to happen. Needs 5 straight wins to tie it up. Drain it into overtime because unlike the undercard fights in the Melee division, championship bouts are FT10 win by 2. And it starts like that in a close round. Now 5-9. Still in favor of the champion. Just remember, not long ago, this was 7-0. And it's now 5-9. This comeback definitely on the table, man. This comeback is on the table. Holy shit. 6-9 now. He just needs 3 more wins. He needs to tie it up. Needs to drain it to overtime. It's going to be the only way. What do you think about making Crescent Moon available for 3 open socket spears too? I'd have to think about it. That's such a wild one. I'd have to think about it. Probably not a horrible idea, but probably not a horrible one. But I'd have to think about it. I have to really give it some thought. Oh my god, man. Big hits from Smiticus. Now 7-9. This was 7-0 in favor of the champion in recent history. And now it's 7-9. Still in favor of the champion, but Alex is catching up, man. Alex is catching up. If he can get 2 more wins, we're going to overtime. And that's exactly what he needs right now. You and Travix are getting ready? Oh, hell yeah, man. All right, we'll throw you in there. Yeah, Travix been chomping at the bit, man. Oh, big hits for the champion. Oh my god, what a close round, man. And he gets there. Holy shit, man. Very, very close round. Alex almost came back from that. Whatever setup he was on at the end seemed like the one. That certainly seemed like the one right there. We're gonna have to we're gonna pay close attention to this, because if we're gonna take down this champion here, we're gonna need to know what this setup was. As Smolps goes back to Fortitude here, he's got his Fortitude, he's got his Metamorphosis, he's got a lot of stuff here. I'm gonna kick over to Alex. It might be easier for him to mouse over. Oh my god, man. So it looks like he did take a bit of a page out of Nim's book there. Kind of a similar setup with the Din player here using the shaft stop. F up Zotted shaft stop for big defense, big DR, big, you know, that's you're making up for it. You're usually using Phoenix. That's what it is. Yeah, 465, 121. That's a really good roll. Perfect roll. EBOTD. Both of those guys were on that as well. G-Face with a bear rune for not crushing blow, but DR. And also, look at this. He's on that upped SOE belt. Damn, okay. Okay, perfect upped SOE belt. Gotta love it. I actually really like this setup, and he focused on a little bit of 3620s in the inventory, a lot of max AR lifers. Wow. And this is the cool thing about Smolps' build. It ain't even perfect gear. He ain't even got himself a perfect Raven yet. He's got a 249-20 Raven. Bros. This is a success story. This is a comeback story right there. Look at that mallet, though. That thing is savage. Yeah, GG's, Smolps. Congratulations, man. What a title defense. Use a real champ now, man. Use a real. You got that. Some say you ain't a real champ till you defend it. All right. And that is a defense right there. That guy is a savage. Alex is insane. Yeah, look at this thing, man. Beautiful. Beautiful. Amazing setup there. Great duel between these guys. This is crazy. All right, let's get in there. Next up in the queue, we've got Ted v. Will for an epic Windy v. Trap showdown, or possibly hybrid. Let's see what we've got. As we pop back over into Ted's perspective here on the Druid, we about ready to throw down. Let's look at this queue just to give you guys an update. We've got Ted v. Will. We've got Nim v. Squigs after this. Travix v. Max afterwards. In between rounds here, I'll actually try to peek in as well to the teams. I know that it looks like we've got some team duels going on. I'm gonna try to pop into that as well. See what's going on for that. In between these rounds, now that we've got, now that we've got teams going, might as well check her out. Oh, he's a ladder dueler. Duel not possible. Oh, no shit. Interesting. Interesting. Any warlock opponents for me? Damn, son. Sorry about that, bro. Didn't know. Well, shit. Well, that sucks. Me and Skeletor in the queue? Yeah, you got it, Thorjitsu. Hell yeah, man. Thorjitsu. Let me think about this, Max. Versus Skeletor. Oh, what happened there? I totally missed it. What happened there? You know what? We'll pop into teams while these guys get this figured out. Let's check on Mr. Jobby over here. Oh, Joby is dead in town. LOL. I'm not surprised, motherfuckers. Oh shit, man! Look at this. Enigma carrying it for the team. He's on a team with Maddie, Joby. Holy shit! All right, we'll peek into this. We're gonna pop back into Will v Ted here very soon. We'll actually pop in. I think this round is done. We're gonna pop back into that. And then in between rounds, we'll check out the team duels here. Shit, y'all couldn't even see that, huh? Fuck, dude. Okay, we're gonna stay. I guess I gotta do it like this. My bad, dude. A little bit of glitches here. What about Bologoney or 2 one-sided? Blood Boil versus Firelock? It's probably 2 one-sided. He won't be around for... I guess he'll actually be around here soon. I'm gonna throw us in the queue as well. Coolie v. Bologoney. He might jam it, dude. He might jam it. We'll see when he's around. He shouldn't be too much longer. I might also be interested in a duel on my Necro. I think that was actually a pretty fun duel the other day, man. Yeah, I have not. It's definitely worth keeping. That's a nice one, man. Definitely worth keeping. If 2 sockets, that would have been god tier, but definitely worth keeping. Brandoom says, I will duel on ladder. I have a whirlwind barb. No shit. All right. Yeah, bro, let Travix know. Let Travix know. He might be ready to throw down, man. It's I believe Echo Lock versus Barb. That could be a fun one. Hope you got a shield. Hope you got you a shield. Damn, son. Will getting in there. Will, definitely a different opponent here. Definitely different play style, different strategy. He's got that blade shield up, which may suggest he's more hybrids in here with big damage on the claws. That, or he could just be straight trapper. It's hard to see. I've been trying to settle some things over here with matchups, but we got to pay attention to this because it could be. Yeah, you notice that he's not trying to whirl. He is certainly not trying to whirl, it doesn't look like, when Ted gets in close. He's really trying to rely on... oh, yeah, and look at this. Ted has 7.6k life here, which should tell us everything we need to know. And that is that, basically, Will here is on a straight trapper. Will is on straight trapper. I really do think that is the way to go here. Rely on those traps. You might be able to score some kicks, maybe, if you want to get some open wounds, but you're going to have a real clear name lock. Oh, okay, no shit. All right, good to know, Max. All right, I'll throw you guys back in the queue. All right, I'll throw you back in there, brother. Travix v Max. All right, good to know. Good to know. I'm glad that worked out. He says, not sure how ready it is, though. Yeah. Well, shit. It does say on the signups. Well, I guess it did. It used to say it on the form, which I guess nobody uses anymore. So maybe this isn't as out there as I thought it was. But yeah, these are non-ladder duels. No ladder duels. Why? There's just not a lot of duels on ladder. A lot of duelers don't play on ladder. Just, it's where the duelers are, boys. But we don't have that out there, I don't think, as much as it used to be in the form. Hell yeah, man. I'm down for that. My spears be hurtin', man. My spears be hurtin'. I found another sling ring the other day, magic finding. It was only a -4, but... Damn, man. Yeah, I'm set up for a BVC. Would need a token. I think he's good, Brandium. I think he says he has another one on non-ladder that he can duel with. Holy shit. And Ted gets there pretty flawlessly in that round, I gotta say. Ted must have had some practice versus these Sins coming in on a Windrude and just tearing it up, man. That is wild. Let's pop in here, see how Joby is doing in these team duels. He's not dead in town. That is impressive. That is impressive. No, in all seriousness, Joby is pretty savage, man. Very, very good team dueler. His brother calls him a one-trick pony with that din, but I gotta say, man, He is very skillful. A lot of locks, but on this den, man, he is very scary. Certainly one of the scariest dens of all. And you can see Maddie up in here doing some leaps. Look at this, dude. We've got, I think, track amp up in here. Is this track amp on the fire druid? Oh, man. Joby closing the distance on this Zan, and down goes the Zan. Almost takes out Drunken Noodle as well. I told you this guy is scary in teams, man. Scary in teams. Let's pop back over to Ted Stickles here. Holy shit, he's scary, boys. He's a scary one in teams. Yeah, no worries, Nim, no worries. Yep, we'll move you down in the queue a little bit. We'll check out Travix versus Max right after this. How's that sound, Max? Travix v Max coming up next. Oh man, Lock v Lock. I can't wait. Yeah, although questioning how geared my opponent is. Well, I mean, with that kind of lock, I mean, it's true. He may not have similar gear that he has on ladder if he was relying on like grand charms or whatnot. But I mean, really, what that duel is going to come down to, I don't think it's going to be a matter of charms. I don't think it's going to be. It's just going to be, do you have 125 cast, and do you have a good weapon, right? Like, and possibly, do you have? I guess you don't need block versus a Blood Boil lock, but that's what I think. You know, resist. I guess those are really the big things, because I think if he can aggress and his strategy is good enough, like if he has the right approach, he might be able to make it work. That being the case, I do think Blood Boil has the advantage there for sure. But I think that duel in particular really does come down to strategy. Yeah, Whirlwind's good, man. You should try it in Classic, Sudden Zenith. You should see Whirlwind in Classic. It feels really good there. This Firelock is so undergeared. Oh shit, he's on a Firelock. That's what it is. Okay, never mind. It's a Firelock. Okay, yeah, Travix is on a Firelock. I think for sure. Yeah, for sure that's going to be Blood Boil advantage there. That is rough. That is rough. But I don't know, actually. You might be able to get him if you keep your distance and use Apocalypse. And if he tries to chain you, you start doing the, you got to watch out for those fucking pets, man. When he starts chaining, the fucking pets do a shit ton of damage. It's so busted. But like his pets are going to do a shit ton of damage. So if he starts chaining though, you just start Ring of Fire, just like push him away. Ring of Fire, boom, get them all out of there. If you can manage the distance on the Firelock, you might be able to do it, dude. Flame Wave, just like make him chase you a little bit, hit him with the Flame Wave. I think that's actually very doable. I'm kind of curious to see how that's going to go. Max is very experienced with all of this, though. It might be new going up against a good Blood Boil lock. You might not see a lot of those in the Bloodmore to practice against, but I feel like Max has practiced against just about everything on that lock. He's ready. Invisible Apocalypse is pretty sick. Yeah. I honestly kind of wonder about that. I wonder if that might actually be a better duel. And there it is, man. Will gets there in that round. I believe evening up the score. Is it 1-1? It could be 2-1 in favor of Ted. But either way, let's kick back over to some team duels here. See where Joby's at. Dead in town, as always. Every time we pop over, dead in town. Jesus. Fucking guy. Let's check out his teammate here. Enigma. Also dead in town. Maddie might be the only one left on that team, but I don't have a stream for him, so I'm going to go see what we can do about checking out this guy. Legendary Fire Druid player Track Amp up in here. He's on the opposing team, but he's very, very low. Ooh, they've got a Necro on their team. It might be down to Necro v Track Amp, which, being as low as he is, Teeth PK, oh man, or just Invisible Bone Spirit, that'll do it. Epic team duels going on, man. I'm actually glad this is kind of popping off here tonight. This is kind of cool to see, man. We've got duels everywhere. Team duels, 1v1s. Man, the violence never stops, boys. Let's pop back over to Will's perspective this time on the Sin. Let's see how this one's going. Holy shit, man. Violence everywhere. Damn, man. Where's the BVB? It starts with you, man. Sign up on that barb, get it up in there. We can only do what people sign up with, you know? And BVB is usually if someone signs up on a barb, you usually don't want to get another barb, right? It's usually not fun for the people that... If you're looking for BVB, you're probably specifically looking for that on a barb, because otherwise it doesn't feel great to get matched up against one. Yeah, let's pop back over to Ted here. Dropping a little bit of frames. Dude, hell yeah, man. I think that's awesome. That's awesome, Crypto. I'm glad to see that. Is that in pub games? You seen that everywhere, dude? That's really cool to see. Yeah, I think I'm actually currently working on the story of the DFC 200 there too, and kind of showing off that duel a little bit. And you know, what I'm hoping is, you know, my hope for that video is just that the devs see how much fun the event was, right? The camaraderie, the end game that is right in front of their face, and maybe it has an effect on them. Who knows? It probably won't, because I think that they think that solo magic finding is just what everybody does, but. Man, the real enjoyment, I think, comes in team play, PvP, playing with other people, right? Yep, should be good, man. Ooh, nice hits there from Ted. Gets in, closes the distance, lands that NATO. Dude, this guy is sharp versus E-Sense. He just had himself a match versus Enigma, who was on a more of a hybrid build, right? Little Whirl Girl build, which is, you know, it can be effective in this matchup, but it's, I think, a bit more of a risk. Nice stomp there from Ted, but big damage though from Will. That was huge. Ted got a little too big for his britches in that exchange. Looking for that finish. Looking for that finish. He got a little those britches. Those britches, he needs to tighten them up a little bit. Nice name lock there from Ted. Sneaky one, too. Amazing NATO. And you might have noticed that he was so close there. Why did Ted teleport away, you might be thinking? It's because all those pets went down, right? The pets went down. The Oak Stage went down. He got pieced up by those traps. He needed to recast the Cyclone armor. And he was just a sit and duck. He could have tried to throw another NATO, but the risk was just too big. There it is. Nice NATO there from Ted. He actually landed it. Holy shit. Boys, what a match. Let's cut back over to this teams matchup that's going on. Pop into Joby's perspective, see how this Din player is doing. Damn, son. Damn, son. Getting in there and slaying Axe. He doesn't want anything to do with track amp. That's the dude right there that I think that Joby would want to stay away from, but it looks as though he's hunting him. He don't care, man. He's delivering this violence regardless. I think ideally what he wants to do, oh my god, and he does. He gets it. Sneaky name lock on that bear there. He teleports in and just takes down track amp, no problem. Oh my fucking word! And just like that, Joby takes out the team. Oh my god, dude. Team duels for the win. That is wild. I'm so glad we got team duels going on this, boys. So glad. Yeah, I agree, Sudden Zenith. I agree. A lot of ways to enjoy it. I think that modern ARPGs, they, for whatever reason, really do focus on. They just end up focusing on solo play because this is really how it happens. You have a lot of people that complain that they can't do something, so the devs eventually make that said thing easier, and then eventually everybody can do it solo, and it takes no effort and no skill. That's hot take there, but I think that's how all ARPGs go, the direction that they go eventually these days, which is why D2 has always stayed great, because it hasn't really subscribed to all of that shit, right? It hasn't really felt the pressure to change like these other games do. I think these guys have to start this round over. We'll peek back into the team duels here. while these guys restart. But yeah, it hasn't felt that same pressure, you know, of constant seasonal updates, all of this stuff to change. And, you know, because of that, it's just remained a pretty good game still, you know? But I think the devs have to be careful of caving to pressure. Whenever there is an argument, this is my message to the devs, right? Whenever someone makes an argument that they can't do something solo, or that, you know, I only play 2 hours a week and I have kids and a big family and I've got to work, I've got a job, and so I can't be like these streamers, so you got to make it easy. Don't listen to those fucking people. Just don't do it, right? If you can only play 2 hours a week, count on not finding a Tyrael's Might. If you only play 2 hours a week, count on not finding a Sunder, right? That is perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with that, right? That's how games get ruined. That is how they get ruined. And it's nothing against players like that. I think it's fine if you don't have a lot of time to play. There's nothing wrong with that. I just think you should manage your expectations a little better, right? Don't harass devs, tell them they got a bad game because you can't finish it in 2 hours on a weekend. Yeah, we got you in there, Squigs. We got you guys in there. We've got, after this, we've got, let's see, Travix versus Max after this. Then we've got Thorjitsu versus Skeletor. We might be able to hit 2 of these at once, because one's melee, one is HLD. We might, whenever we get a combo like that, it's easy to bounce back and forth between rounds. And then Nim v Squigs. Down goes Joby, man. They had to take out the threat. They had to take him out here in teams. They don't want this guy kicking around, slaying entire teams like that. That is a little too rough. As we kick back over to Ted versus Will. And I believe the score here is, I think it's 2-1 in favor of Ted. I could be wrong about this. I think that's what the score is. Yeah, same here. I think, man, if you can always tell the people that don't trade and that want to just do everything solo, single player, all of this stuff, because they will complain about stuff like that. But right now, the economy, I think, is really cool, really healthy with the current Sunder Charm, like, and how rare they are. Dude, and I say they're rare, but I've found like 10 plus. And granted, I probably play way more than anybody else, right? But like, they are appropriately rare, if you ask me. I haven't found 10 Tyrael's Mights. You know what I mean? Like, they're not the rarest item in the game. I would compare them to about a Shaco. It's about how rare they are. It's about that. Probably more common than a Shaco, really, if you're actually hunting them. Yeah, they're about a Shaco. Yeah, that's in P1 or P2 games. True, yep. I agree, but I have found 0. Literally, I was just doing Andy runs the other day because I was looking for statues. A Herald popped up. It was a tier 1 Herald, killed it, got us under. I was like, game's easy, man. And that was statue run, so it was P1. And I was like, yeah, man, this... I think you really do just, I mean, if you really want to go out of your way and hunt for them, it's just Herald hunting, right? The best way to do it, if you play online, play with other people, have everybody in the game just hunting them, going to different acts, splitting it up, jam it, slam it, Alabama it. Dude, I feel the same way, CMC. Duriel is so stingy with his statues, man. I've killed him 100 times in the last, like, 3 or 4 days, got 1 statue. I don't know about Duriel's drop rate on those statues, but something's fucked up. Literally got 1 Act 2 statue. It's probably over 100 kills. Something's fucked up with it. Well, I mean, they technically do, Max, right? Like, if your build needs it that bad, you can still go and get it, right? You can still just start up in the old version. You're obviously not playing a Warlock, I don't think, at that point, because you certainly don't need a Sunder with whatever they do. So you're not playing a Warlock anyway. What you could do is just start up in D2R, right? Go get your Sunder. Now you have a temp Sunder, or like regular Legacy D2R. Then boom, convert to ROT dubs. There you go. right? Like, it's still technically possible. Yeah, the X-Fur feature, yeah, right? By the way, what's up, Bada? Good to see you, man. All right, let's kick over to this team duel here. See how Joby's doing in between these rounds. See if he's still slaying teams over here. Look at this nice name lock there. So sneaky, man. That's the perk to playing a smiter in teams here, is that these characters that you would otherwise be kind of boned against, such as Track Amp on the Fire Druid, you can get super sneaky. And, you know, while they think you're focusing on something else, bam, there it is. Joby just using that FOH up in here, just harassing that Barb player. Yeah, you can just kind of work around, get sneaky. Just get real sneaky. Grab those locks when they don't even think you have them. When they think you're going after someone else, that's when you can get in there. Look at this Drunken Noodle, aka the Four Wheel, up in here too. Throwing down. Joby just looking for a target right now. Everybody seems to want to stay away from him. Wherever Joby goes, the team ain't. Yeah, the team ain't. Joby just suiciding, getting in there. Closing the distance on that Zan. Landed a shot, but took some big damage there. Zon is actually lower than a quarter. Zon is about 10%. There it is! Joby gets there with a quick smite. Down goes the Zon. Now, Maddie and Joby are going to have to work together here in this team bout. Oh, look at this, though. Drunken Noodle is, he is a hybrid. He can smite, and he also is chucking hammers here. This is the type of Dena I use in team duels. You know, you swap weapons, and you have, like, you have your Grief and usually, like, a Exile, so that you can proc tap against a Druid. But, you know, you have that, so you can smite, right? And then on your main, though, you're a Hammered In. I actually really love that. I think that's a great setup for Full Wheel. And by the way, look at this! My boy, this guy. What is this? We totally missed this here. There it is. It's coming in now.
Strait of Hormuz being closed can't stop the DFC.
It can't at all, man. We still getting the shipments in. That's what it is. That's what it is. By the way, Botosaurus, thank you so much for the 2026, man. Really appreciate you. The signature dono of this guy. Big cheers. Yeah, we still making, you know, we still getting item trades and all of this stuff. We use the black market. We use the black market for that. No, Poison Druids would probably get beaten pretty handily. Most characters are ranged, so you got to remember that too. Like if you're playing at range, a Rabies Druid will just always lose. You can morph back and telly if you want, but you're always going to lose to range. And most builds can utilize range if they want to. Oh my god, Joby getting in there trying to dodge these hams right now. Four Wheel. Oh man, he lands a ham, but that one didn't have concentration behind it. Joby harassing with FOH here. That's, oh man, and Maddie gets him with the whirl. What is this? The dynamic duo. The Terror Twins from up north. Damn, son. All right, let's get back up in there. Will v. Ted. This is crazy. All right, we're peeking into Will's perspective here. Trying this again. We might drop a few frames tuning in, but we'll see if it corrects itself here. Uh-oh, he dropped again. No good, man. No good. This is what we'll do. We're gonna move on to Max v. Travix as well, just to keep the queue moving here. You know what? Actually, hold on. Is this because I think I'm gonna stop streaming? Yeah, that could be it. I think that's what it was. As soon as we dialed in, yeah, no worries. As soon as we dialed in, you dropped a ton of frames and then dropped. I was like, it could be the Druid too, like, but I thought they fixed that. Yeah, either way, here's what we'll do. We're gonna pop into Travix v Max if y'all are ready to throw down. We can check this out. Just get a couple of duels going at once here. Keep the queue moving. Me being chat champ is unacceptable. Not at all, man. It's how it always should be. It's how it always should be, Bada. Big cheers, brother. I 99 one lock and got a second one almost 99. Still no completed grill, bro. I got 399 locks on my way to a fourth. I have, yeah, I've played on multiple versions of a barb that is meant to hunt sunders and big items, and still no completed grill. I'm 95% though. No, 96. I think I just hit 96. It's fun. And at 96%, I have 16 items left. It's crazy. Like, the grail is fucking huge, man. Fucking huge. Hard to get. I'm so pissed about that Tyraels on hardcore, man. Bar build available on the tube. Check out Maddie's channel. It's synced. Check out synced D2. Let me see. It's spelled like this. Just type in like synced D2. It's also I think featured on this channel. So if you go to like the featured channels on this channel or my main, his is linked there. But he probably shows off some of his Barb's gear. I'm not sure how old that one is, but I would almost promise you he doesn't have many of the new items in his build at all. It's probably a pretty classic BVC build. That was crazy, wasn't it? The 99 lock challenge? That was wild, man. I'm glad you got there, though. No, it's not. This is hidden skill training from Twilight Princess. It's when you go up against Dead Link. When you go up against Dead Link, the Skelly guy teaching a new skill. And he's like, you need to learn Helm Smasher. Look at this. It appears as though Travix has gone in on an Echo lock here, but the problem with that is you have to close the distance on Max, and when you close the distance, Max is going to punish you hard with Blood Boil. That's why I was saying, I think it might actually be, like, Firelock might be a better matchup, but then again, Echo Lock depends, really. Max has said he's struggled with some Echo Locks before, especially if they can chain. Yeah, he says the lag is real. Look at this ping! His ping is crazy. Ping is 218. Holy shit, yeah, that's really why he's losing. He might actually be playing really good here, but the ping is just wild. Yeah, he's playing from EU. He says, yeah, want me to make game on EU? Let's try it out, man. Yeah, try it out. We'll switch back. If y'all want to switch servers, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. We'll check back in, man. We'll check out Will v. Ted here in the meantime. Bounce back and forth. Oh, shit, I think it might be over. Yeah, sorry about the lag. Looks rough. Yeah. Damn, son. It looks like Ted might have won this one here, too. Now 2-0 against these Sins. This guy, someone's got to stop him. Someone's got to stop him, man. What a savage. We'll pop back over to Team Duels here. We wait for Travix v Max to get reset up on the EU server. These guys might be shopping a map. Also, we've got, next up, we've got Thorjitsu versus Skeletor. Let's pop into that, actually. If y'all are ready to go, we can check out teams in between rounds. Thorjitsu versus Skeletor, ROT dubs, melee match. That one should be wild. Well, let's pop in. Let's let these guys know we're ready to throw down. Oh, and look at this. Skeletor coming in with that barb. That's what he's on. We've got Thorjitsu on the Zon. And these guys are ready to throw down. Both of these guys coming in with debuffs. This is a very interesting match. The Zon comes in with a debuff with her inner sight, which lowers the defense of her opponent. Very important when you go up against a Barb. The Barb also has a debuff of his own, Battle Cry, right? Lowering the defense of the Zon. Really, really crazy match here that these guys are doing. This is wild. Thorjitsu says, these boys need to evolve and start doing some melee on ROT dubs. This is cool to see. Close match between those guys. Wild, man. So far, though, Skeletor coming out on top with the Barb. Let's pop back over to these team duels while these guys get set up and start up this next round. We've got Joby's perspective again. A little bit pixelated here. It's all right. Oh, my God. Just the tip doing some work up in here. It looks like he is, I believe he's a Zon. Yeah, I believe he's a Zon. Joby is probably going to try to close the distance on him, but that whole team is going to protect that Zon. That's the thing. Yeah, see, look at that. As soon as he goes in after that Zon, Drunken Noodle steps back up, closes the distance, chucks those hams. That's what it is. That whole team trying to protect that Zon. But Joby gets a hit in there. He's not getting, he's, oh my god, nicely done. You notice what Joby did there? He closed the distance on the Zon swapped, he got ready, you know, swapped to his jabs, was trying to engage, and after getting a hit, Joby just backed off. He's like, no, that's all right, go back to your bow, right? So the Zon did, and then Joby comes right back in and finishes. That was crazy. Joby trying the shoulder trick here, lands some shots, gets beat by the gang with a hefty walk down there. That was crazy. Outsmarted, outplayed. Very nicely done, though, from Joby. That was actually pretty savage. Let's pop over to Skeletor's point of view here on the melee Barb versus Thorjitsu on the Zan. He wasn't using them versus the Sins. He was opting for Whiz Spike, I think. Damn, son, close duel here between these guys. Both of them really just need one big hit. There it is. Holy shit. Yeah, is it necessary? Well, it never is necessary, right? It's only necessary in what we call the real duels, and by necessary I mean like helps, right? You could just swap to CTA. Helps to have some life rep. I wouldn't consider it the most necessary part of any build. It really does come down to skill. Why does Zon's hair look black? It all depends on the graphical settings of your computer, so, or of your game. On certain settings, whether it's like medium, low, high, or whatever, there's a certain setting that will make it look black. Same with a Necro. You know, their hair will look black. And then if you have it on like the highest setting, you can really see it versus a druid, like a wolf, right? If you have it on the highest setting, the druid will be this like vibrant white color with its fur. If you have it on the lowest one, it will be like this mangy brown, like it's really weird. But yeah, crazy. And by the way, Frosty, my man, the sergeant himself coming in. Bro, what a savage. That is so wild. 5 gifted memberships. That is nuts. Bro, big cheers. I'm gonna have to go fill this up. But you know what? We're doing the bottom cheers to this guy, bottoms up. Stay Frosty. Thank you so much, man. And a big puff vape cheers for you as well. Jinshin and GDA starting. Let's have ourselves a little peek up in there, shall we? While these guys get ready for the next round. Jinshin, I don't even have a... Do I have a stream for this one? Am I blind? I don't see it. I don't see it. We don't see nothing. Never mind. We'll do another round over here. We'll do another round over here now. Yo, appreciate you so much, man. Frosty, you're the man. The Sergeant himself. Big hits for Thorjitsu. Thorjitsu might be making a big comeback in this duel. He got off to a rough start. But I love the fact these guys trying out these new items. There's no ban on them, right? There's no ban on them because technically most melee, it all happens in Legacy, right? But there are a few brave souls going to the ROT dubs and trying things out this way. And I gotta say, man, it is cool to see. It is cool to see the effect of these new items. Sunder Charms, all allowed. Jewels, allowed. Crazy. Anyone doing LLD on PS5 that can help me out? Or PC even. Frosty looking for some help in LLD. What do you need, brother? Let him know. Let him know. We might, possibly someone might be able to help. Yeah. Yeah, that's what a lot of people are putting in the Suicide Branch these days, Leary 6, is that fucking jewel is insane, man. It's really good. Yeah, you lose about 20 rep life with that, and certainly Ted was not on a lot of rep life there, but you can still get it from your rings, you can still get it from your boots, right? So you can get 15 from the boots, you can get 9 from the rings, so there's 24, you can get 10 on the amulet. There's well, we're almost there, right? We're at 34 at that point. You can get there. It does take a very specific setup, but it's possible. You just got to have the right gear for it. But yeah, I mean, that's the trade-off, right? That's the trade-off. And I actually really like that about the new duels is they are kind of forcing these trade-offs. Big power for giving up rep life, right? Or giving up something else. The only drawback is barbs can't really do it. It's really hard for barbs to work it into just about any setup that they're on. We're checking out this team duel here. Looks like while these guys get ready, we're going to pop back over to Skeletor versus the Thorjitsu. Even Joby up in chat here, he says, get some more people up in these team duels. These look fun, man. These are jamming. By the way, nice job, Joby. I gotta say, looking impressive on that din. Obviously, you've been going and watching the tapes with, you know, that, with me dueling, taking some notes, obviously. And you're looking good on that din tonight, brother. GG, David. Good to see you, man. Big cheers. I just need someone to look over my build for guideline, rules, etc. Replenish, poison damage, skills. Replenish life. What build are you on? You're on a poison build. Is it a poison Javazan? Should be good with 20. Yeah, if you got like 20, somewhere around there, you're good. I think it might even be 22. Hey, thanks, Din. Welcome in, man. Welcome in. Glad you're enjoying it. I'm working on some projects now. I'm all over the place with my projects. I've been a little late on my shorts recently. I had a goal that I did for, I think, over a year, is to get like a short out every week for a year, like, and get good at shorts, and I think I did. I think I did all right. But now I'm just like, all right, I've got a ton of other like long form projects that I'm working on, so I've like kind of slacked on my shorts, but hopefully it's enjoyable, man. The one I'm working on right now is a story that happened during DFC 200. It was the creator brawl, and I think it's a pretty cool one, man. So it'll be a fun one to make either way. I think barbs are in GM Melee. They are not the strongest class. They certainly require more specific gear than most other, like the other top classes like Druid or a Din. Those Druids and Dins have a lot more room for swaps, I think, than barbs do. Barbs are just, they always struggle with their IAS breakpoints, and it's no different in Melee, right? Like, it's no different in Melee. The weapons that you have, if you want big damage, you often have to give up IAS, and it's such a bad trade-off. But if you have the right gear, they can be good. They can be heavy hitters with big defense, certainly a wall to get through. And when you see Skeletor coming in and jamming like this, damn, son, now 6-6 between these guys. Very close duel. Pop back over to the teams here, see if these guys are still throwing down. See if these guys have found themselves a replacement. Look at this. They've just been blowing up teams so much here. They've scared everybody away. Oh no, they've got a full grip up in here. They got a good 4v4 going on. They are back in teams, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, we'll check in with those guys in a sec. Thorjitsu slain by Skeletor. Now he's pulling ahead 7-6. Skeletor pulling back ahead here. Wow, that's a good question, Din. It depends how much you need the latent bone break, right? It depends. I think that if you want the profit from it and you value the profit from selling a bone break more than you do actually having one, then sure, I would sell it because it's probably the most expensive. Don't roll it, sell it, right? If you really want to roll the dice, you could roll a really nice one. There is a lot of things that roll on it. But if you roll a really nice one, you could be looking at 18 or 20k, you know, easy. But if you don't roll it, I think it's probably still somewhere around, what, like, probably 5k forum gold, something like that. Last I checked. Could have changed. Could be subject to change, but they're still super expensive, and it's just a savage find. That's what it is. Okay, yeah. So 5K ladder. Yep. 10K on non-ladder? Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. I would just sell it then. If you don't need it, I would sell it. If it's non-ladder. Yep. If it even ladder 5K, like, fuck it. Holy shit. Broadster, bro, big cheers, man. He says, howdy, Papa Cools. Happy Thursday. Could have been longer, dude. Hell yeah. Appreciate you, Broadster. Good to see you, man. Yeah, that is weird. That is weird. Not a lot of people jamming on non-ladder, finding Sunders. 9-6 in favor of Skeletor. He has pulled ahead here. And it looks like Thorjitsu going to the stash for the second time. Let's pop back into these team duels just to give you guys the heads up. On the roster up next, we're going to pop back over. Oh, I hope we didn't miss Travix. Actually, let's pop into this real quick. I hope we didn't miss this. Yeah, here we go. These guys still appear to be jamming. What is this? Is he... Oh, he's on controller. Look at this. Travix playing on the controller. I love it. Let's jam. I saw that cursor. I'm like, what's going on here? Then I saw the button setup. Holy shit. Oh, Max has got his stream up too. Damn, son. All right, here we go. Here we go. Max also streaming. That's wild. All right, here we go. We get to see the violence of this warlock. Oh my god. First thing he does is shows off that he doesn't have any charms. Literally no charms. No skillers in the inventory. This is crazy. Max really... this is what I like about Max as he plays this. He tries to, like... He actually enjoys a good duel more than anything else. And so when he notices that, like, for example, either ping is an issue or maybe the build is a little unbalanced, what he'll do is he actually tries to make it as fair as possible. He dropped all the charms from his inventory there, and it's just like he doesn't even need them. Doesn't even need the demon charms here. Yep, 27% block. No demon charms. Just showing off the build here. Oh, for the jewels? Yeah. Or for the... Yeah, Sunders and jewels, really. Both of those two are more sought after than any. The light and physical. Dude, duels, that was fast. I didn't see a stream there. I was gonna try to pop in, Jinshin. But damn, son. Hey, thanks, man. Yeah. The Fire Eye video was fun, mainly just because, I mean, with any video like that, it's... There's a lot that go into it, especially during that time, too. But, yeah, that's crazy. Look at this. Max just, like, casting pets right on top of his opponent and just blowing it up like that. That's so wild. Damn, son. These locks, this is why only in Lock v Lock is this allowed right here. Also, what Travix could have done if he had to token, he could have gone Abyss, right? He could have gone Abyss because that's also allowed in Lock v Lock. But I think Travix was more interested in just trying out different builds here, which, but clearly Blood Boil and Abyss have just risen to the top of the most dominant, unbeatable fucking classes. Or unbeatable builds. That's why both of them are banned in regular PvP, but in Lock v Lock, they're allowed. And, yeah, Max is just solidifying his spot here as the dominant, undefeated, top Warlock player. Started giving away poison and cold ones for free? Dude, that's sick. Not to random people, but the people who I did some dedicated farm with. That's cool, man. That's really cool. I think sharing stuff like that is good, too. Honestly, I have never sold a Sunder. I know they're worth so much, but, dude, call me crazy as someone that, like, pays attention to the market and all of this shit. I really don't give too much of a fuck about, like, the profit of the items that I get and all of this. That's why when I got offered 13.5k for my 45 life chaos, I knew I'd never get offered anything higher than that. But I was like, nah, I'll eventually need it. I really don't care about, you know, made up forum gold, you know, money and all of that. I don't need, it's like, if you need money that bad, then you probably should be doing something other than playing Diablo 2. You know, so I'm like, I could sell it. I just really I don't really care to. You know, I'm like, I'll need it someday. I'll need it. So might as well hold on to it. You know, it's the same with Form Gold. You know, unless I'm like really trying to hunt something down, hunt down a specific item or something. Like, you know, maybe I want to trade for like a perfect Sunder or something. So I'll start selling things. It's usually when I have like something in mind that I want. I'll be like, all right, well, let's trade away some of this stuff. I really don't care about selling most stuff. Yeah, holy shit. Look at this, though. Thorjitsu with that 100 life, 3-socket helm with 3 4015s in it. And look at these jabs, man. Cruel Master, IAS. A little bit of light damage on there, too. E-Rep. That's really cool. Big damage on those Hyperion Javelins. And he's using the Fortitude, of course. The SS with, look at that. He's got the new jewel up in there. 50 ED minus 50 physical damage. It's interesting on that shield with the min-max there. I really wonder how that works. It appears as though it would just be min-max there. The ED would be bugged and wouldn't work. But yeah, crazy setup, man. Especially melee. It's an interesting duel for melee. Certainly better used in a weapon for melee. I think in most cases, just because of the min-max ED bug. But there's also minus physical res in there too. There's a chance to proc fade, which is kind of not dead, but you know, it's only 1%, so it doesn't happen much. There's a Cruel Masters with a nice jewel up in that. Beautiful, dude. This setup of Skeletor is looking clean. Look at that. 40-15 up in that mithril point. That's how he has solved this IAS issue. Oh, look at those 648-35 large charms there. Interesting choice. I gotta say, I love that. Beautiful setup from Skeletor here. I think he's taking this thing down pretty dominantly on this barb. Love that armor there as well. He could have gone Fortitude, chose not to. Really chose to focus on getting his IAS breakpoints. That was what it was. And it pays off. Man, that's crazy. Great setup here. So good to see it. Yeah, look at that helm too. Jesus, man. Wild.
Exit number 1.
What is this? My boy Turbo G, bro, thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Big Puff Vape cheers to you. I gotta go refill this glass here soon. Thank you for the 5 Canadian coin tip, my friend. Huge. Appreciate that support. Huge. All right, what have we got? I'm gonna check the list here. We've got Nim v Squigs up next, and we'll pop into some team duels and all that noise, man. We'll be killing it. Nim v Squigs, though. Let's check her out. This is a death match. Nim v Squigs. Squigs needs 4 to take this match. Nim needs 2. You think Warlock getting a nerf? I don't know. I don't know. Who knows? I hope it does, but you never know. Never know. Here's the thing. I don't know if the devs know how to nerf it. Like, there's the problem right now, and another project that I'm working on that I just don't know how to phrase. I gotta prove a lot of shit, which is more than you can say for most fucking creators who put shit out there. Like, there's so many opinions out there of, like, creators that just say shit because they have a platform and they say shit that is either wrong, that's bad, that you would never want to see, like, as a change, and that shit gets listened to. It's how we have Sunder Charms in the first place. Bad fucking idea, if you ask me. But they're here. There's nothing we can do. So, you know, no sense complaining about them now, but you can see how bad advice turns into permanent bad things happening. And it's like, right now, there's just a ton of that shit going on. So, I hope I get it out in time, but I'm working on putting together some sort of suggestions for the Warlock, but you gotta really spend some time to figure out exactly what's wrong, exactly what would fix it. You know, but there's a lot of bad shit that I hear out there. And, you know, there's, like, for example, I don't mean to drop names, love this guy, right? But, like, Mr. Llama SC, initially, I don't think he understood how fucking vicious Abyss was, right? Like, it was so busted, and he was like, yeah, Abyss probably needs a buff. I'm like, no, it doesn't. No, don't say this. Like, yes, if they buff Abyss to make it more like Echoing Strike, it's like, well, now we're basing things off of a busted fucking skill. You know, it's like, no, wrong way, man. They're both busted. They're both busted. You know, so, but he has since, I think, changed his mind on it. But it was very early that he said that. We all needed to learn more, you know. That's the thing. And I'm happy that, you know, he's since been like, oh, okay, yeah, no, that's pretty powerful. But the thing is, this is what I mean. It's not just him. Like, he is the most informed, I think, out of most people. But there's others that just say shit, like, let me get a video out and say shit that's really bad advice. And I just really hope the devs don't ever listen. But, you know, in order to counteract that, you have to show the receipts. You know, and that takes time, that takes a lot, it takes a lot, you know? Yeah, true. There's a lot of things very OP. There's not a bad skill on the entire class. There's not a bad skill. I was gonna do a challenge where I beat Diablo 2 with the Warlock's worst skill, but I was like, I'm pretty sure it's just normal attack. And then Zarfen did that video. I was like, yeah, that would have been basically what I did. Like, it's normal attack is its worst skill. It's not really even a skill. Yeah, well, the thing is, we can make this is what I say, I think this is a common misconception about PvP, is just the PvP community will handle broken stuff with rules, so we don't have to worry about it. No, you do. You do have to worry about it, because PvP in a GM community is really good, right? Like, we all get together, we have a good time, we're gonna do whatever we want anyway, right? Like, we're all gonna make it as fair and fun as possible anyway, but that's because we kind of want it to be, right? There's people who play this game who hostile other people who don't want it to be fun. And the problem is, you're gonna have to deal with those players in pub games. They're gonna ruin your fucking pub games, whether you're bailing, whether you're leveling, whether you're, you know, doing whatever. They're just gonna come in and there's no fucking way you're going to stop them. There's nothing you can do. You can't go grab your Hammerden. You can't go grab a counter to whatever they're bringing to the table. That's why we can't just rely on this PvP players will make rules sort of concept. That's not how it works. Like, your game will be ruined if people just choose to go in and hostile. So then, you know, the oppositionally defiant people will be like, whoa, we'll just fix it so people can't do that. It's like, okay, well now you're a dumbass, and you're just like, you're ruining the game just to allow for broken, ruined shit to be in the game, and you're ruining the fucking game, right? Like, PvP has to be balanced. Like, whether you do it or not, like, it's an important factor. It is a feature of Diablo 2. Let's not pretend it's not, right? Let's not be like, oh, it's not. I don't play that, so it's not really meant to be played that way. Fuck you, dude. You're wrong. Like, you're just wrong. It always has been. It's always been a feature of this. It's always been a big part of the community. So it certainly should. The balance of it certainly should be a focus, because the balance of PvP extends to the balance of PvM. The quicker we understand that in D2, and we all get on the same page, the more we'll all be working together for a better game. Yeah, that was what was exactly my exit comment. Yeah, exactly. I'll get my Warlock and outgame them. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what you gotta do, right? Like, it's like, but that's why it's bad, right? Like, and then even then, it's like, it's just ruined. There's no skill at that point. It's just, there's no skillful defense of a game. There's no skillful like self-defense in the game, which is like, sure, it's PvP, but not. You shouldn't. My point is, you shouldn't allow the community to be like, yeah, let's just, PvP will handle it. Like, they'll just make rules, you know? No, it's like, PvP is good and people want to do it in the first place because it's pretty balanced. Or was, right? Now we've got a new class in the mix that's not so much, right? Yeah, he was running low on that bow for a while. He did score some big shots there against Squigs as, oh, and look at this, busting out the bow here too is Nimrod. He did score some big shots versus Squigs when he was super low, and it did proc life tap, bringing him kind of back into the duel, but that's just going to cause Squigs to keep that distance a little bit, and he's going to try to hit him. He's gonna try to hit him with some spirits. He's gonna try to hit him from a distance. And Nim has an interesting, yeah, this is why he kind of held off on Bo a little bit. He's got to do that cube swap, man. Yeah, nerf lock, buff Barb. I would completely agree. I support this message. Barb needs all the buffs. Ever since we lost stun lock, ever since we lost, like, he can't leap lock people, he can't whirlwind lock people, which were all kind of skillful things. Leap lock would, you needed to follow it up with something. You couldn't, you know, it was like, it was an intelligent play. Whirlwind locking required very specific fast play. It's a thing of the past. You just, there's no payoff for being a good Barb player anymore. Yeah, buff them. Buff them. Start there. Nerf the lock for sure. I think that what we should really do with Abyss is treat it like bone magic on the Necro. And just stop pretending it's a PVM skill. That's not all skills were meant for PVM. Oh my god, dude. He almost got there. Nice chase, though, from Nim. And an amazing setup from the Alucard, a.k.a. Squigs. Damn, son. Nim almost got there. That was a very, very close round. Let's pop back over and check out the team duels here. See how this is going. Maddie, dead in town, obviously. Joby, dead in town, obviously. God, these guys. These friggin' dudes. Let me tell you. When they ain't got their star Necro on their team, it's amazing how much they're just dead and sitting in town. Just, it's amazing. You know, when they ain't got their star Necro, I won't say who it is. A little dusty in here. This is manageable when it's low damage. It just gets crazy on the higher end. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think to finish that thought, we should treat it like bone skills and stop pretending that bone skills were meant for PVM. They're a PvP skill, right? Not all skills have to be good in PVM, right? It's a different feel for PvP. That's always how the game was set up. That's why bone magic existed in the first place. It was good at like certain points of the game, but it was more meant for like, okay, you have your corpse explosion, we're gonna balance the rest of this shit for PvP. That's how it was early on. Never really changed. There was a glitch. They eventually fixed it. It was not busted in PVM. It was literally only a PvP thing. They fixed it so it was fair in PvP. All this stuff was always a focus, right? It was always kind of this PvP skill. The same with bow skills on the Amazon. They noticed early on like how powerful they were in PvP, making it difficult to make them more powerful for PVM and keep the balance. So they said, fuck it. The Zon has ways to be effective in PVM and PvP. Here we go. We're good. We're balanced, right? That conversation was never had with the Warlock. It's like everything needs to smash on P8. There was no thought of balance. There was none of that. So now you have Abyss, which probably should have been treated like bone magic, where, all right, let's figure this out. Let's dial in the damage a bit, and you know, think about the stun and what it's doing. Right? That was never. It was like, let's make it so we don't need much gear, but it can just fucking smash P8 too. Magic damage, unresistible for most classes. Now they did add magic resist in, but it don't do shit, right? Like, not with all the minus res. But, you know, it's just like asinine damage now. And it's like, man, there was no thought of balance on that skill. Yeah, true. I mean, most good Zons are always the hybrid ones, but... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and they still got unnecessary bow buffs that it's completely ineffective in PvP, where they buff the most powerful PvP skills, the multi-shot and guided, and it's like, this is what I mean. I feel like there's been this pattern over the last several years with D2 to let's change it to make, you know, there's this mentality that some people have, which is a bad mentality, and it is, let's change something to make it viable, right? It sounds good on its face, but it often comes from people who don't play the game in PvP. They don't have any concept of, like, you know, how powerful some of these classes already are, right? Talking about buffing the Zon is interesting, right? Because at one point it really was the best ladder climber, and now it's just like, it's still good, but it's not the best. Why? Because we had to buff the Sorceress for some reason to make Nova viable, right? Granted, the skill was shit, and it really wasn't usable, but cranking damage through the roof is just never the answer for shit, right? And so anyways, now that build is just unbeatable in PVM. It's by far the fastest now that Mosaic is gone. You know, it's insane. You know, with the Warlock not being in the picture, of course, right? Warlock is just so overtuned, but on Legacy D2, you can't beat this orc now. It's just not even close. It's the fastest ladder climber. You know, and I think there's this mentality, and it's a very, very dangerous one. It's good on its face, right? It sounds good on its face. Let's buff things to make everything viable. Sounds good on its face, but with such a delicate game like D2, it's not that simple. I wish it was, man, I really wish it was, but it's just not that simple. Because in order to truly balance things, you need to really have an understanding of all of the different facets. PvP, PVM, the skill, the history of how these things have been used and abused, which I'm gonna venture as far as to say 90% of the people that put public opinions out there have no understanding of that. No understanding of at least two of the three things I just mentioned. So it's like, then you end up taking these PVMer solo single player bullshit suggestions and making shit fucking trash changes to the game. Love Dobrunsky, but that's exactly what happened early devs with Dobrunsky. He doesn't PvP. He doesn't know about the history, use, and abuse of shit. And just suggests changes, and now we have Thunder Charms, like I said, you know. Don't get me wrong, love the guy, I love his videos, he's one of my favorite creators ever. But, like, horrible fucking suggestion. Right? Like, it's just what it is. Like, I think any of that, everybody has an opinion on the internet, which is the most dangerous thing, you know? It's the most dangerous thing. It's really bad for devs, because they really don't know who to listen to, you know? They don't know where to start. And it's like, that's why I feel like you really gotta come at it from a good angle, you know, with a good understanding. Maddie and Joby both owned in town here, sitting waiting for this duel to come to an end. Shit, we've also got Murder SC up in here. You know what? I think we've skipped over this guy. He might have been waiting on his next one. I'm gonna throw Murder SC. I'm gonna jump him to the front of the queue here, Mr. Murder. Mr. Murder SC, I'm gonna pop in, just see what's up. We're gonna pop into this guy. See what's up with Murder SC as he ominously waits in this game right here, sitting by the fire like any true champion would. Damn, son. Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing. If they called me right now and said, what do? I really wouldn't have an answer. More research is needed, you know? Like, I still am trying to develop an informed opinion. Which sucks. I know it's slow. I wish I was faster, but that's just how it is sometimes, you know? All right, we'll pop over to Squigs. Let's check this out from the Necro's point of view here as he throws down versus Nim. In the queue, I've got Murder SC. I'm going to check in with him next. We've got Nim v Squigs going on right now. And then we've got Baloney Pony versus me. Holy shit. Necro v Warlock. He's bringing in a little bit more of a fair Warlock to the duel. And I'm bringing the most busted Necro I possibly can to the duel. Gotta go all out for these locks, man. Gotta go all out. True, yeah. Werebear's Maul without stun could work in melee, yeah. Yeah, that'd be crazy. Yeah, I think a lot of good suggestions there. A lot of good suggestions. They should have just let us kill Merc and summons when the player is in town, like LOD. Would fix that? Yep, 100%. 100%. Me and Maddie have talked about that as well, where it's just like, that was the stupidest change that they did. Why did they do that? You know what I mean? Like, your pets and shit are immune if they're outside of town and you're not. That's so stupid. Did they forget about auras? Did they forget about that the Merc doesn't need to actually hit to be, like, annoying as piss? To, like, apply conviction, holy freeze, thorns on pets? Like, was all of this shit just forgotten? Like, why did we ever make that change? It's so, you know, it's really dumb. Hell yeah, Max. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm down. I think I'm very curious about Firelock versus your lock, man. Ready when you are, man? Do you have a game up? I don't. I'll join yours. We got this fight and the next. Then it's us. Yeah, and the next fight is we're just gonna check in with Murder SC. We're gonna check in with Murder SC after this, see if he's ready to throw down. Nice hits there from Nimrod. He literally just needs 2 rounds in this. He needs to take 2 rounds and he takes the entire bout. 2 rounds to take the entire bout. It is very, very lopsided in favor of these Necros in this match. Can Nim do it? Can he pull it off? The Dins get the wins. We all believe. Yeah, I would agree. I think that's probably a good mentality to have, you know, for a lot of games. If it's melee and single target, it should probably hurt more. Kind of a little dangerous still, though, to do that with D2, because now we have a vibrant melee community, so changing anything at the game's core like that is also a little dangerous. But, yeah, I think in general, that's probably a good mentality to have, and probably could be applied to a lot of the lesser unused druid skills, you know, such as what we talked about, Maul, really any bear form skill. All of those things could really use a buff in some way, in an intelligent way, but why would your opinion, while out of doubt you have one of the most complete understandings of the game, should be listened to more than the pleb? Isn't the company's job is to tend to the decision that will get more people to play the game? That's a great question. And here's why I think it's different with Diablo 2. Because Diablo 2 is a game that it doesn't get a lot of updates, especially monetary updates that actually make money for the game, right? So that argument holds some good water if you have like a seasonal game, right? Let's say you have a seasonal game like D4 where you're having like kind of constant expansions come out, maybe even Diablo Immortal where there's a ton of microtransactions. I think that argument is very good for those types of games that are kind of bringing in constant revenue streams. But when you have a game that really its identity rests on people playing it because it's well balanced and, you know, buying the game, buying multiple copies of the game, and it doesn't really change much, and certainly doesn't have a lot of monetary opportunities in the game, then I think that makes the difference there as to why you should preserve the integrity of the game long term. Unless they plan on doing a ton of expansions for Diablo or something, you know, for Diablo 2, then, you know, perhaps I could see that, right? But if we just come out with one expansion every 20 years or something like that, then probably we should focus on balancing the game perfectly, right? And making it that go-to, you know, the rock that is just a very good, very well-designed game, and not listening to the plebs that play it when an expansion comes out and then give up on it to go play PoE in 6 months. You know, but I think that's a great question. I think with any seasonal game, I think that they should do that. But with a game that is based on the longevity of good balance, they shouldn't. Yep. But that's a great question and a great point. Right? Because if you think about it, why have people continued to go back and play D2, right? Because it's not seasonal. They don't have to keep buying expansions. It doesn't change much. They always have an understanding of what builds do. They have this reasonable expectation that this beats this is better than this, and that knowledge doesn't change constantly. When was the last time you played D4? Right? If it was a season or two ago, your knowledge is garbage. It doesn't apply really. Right? Like but that's not the same with Diablo 2. The same could be said possibly about PoE, maybe to a lesser degree. It doesn't change as drastically and often just has add-ons, if you look at PoE 1. But Same thing applies. If you go a few seasons without playing it, it's just like you have a lot of catching up to do, right? And there's all of these opportunities for games to make money releasing seasonal content. That's great. I really do think you should respond to the plebs, right? It kind of makes more sense in D4. D2, it's a game that doesn't get a lot of expansions or monetary incentive for devs to make changes like that, right? So that's why I think you shouldn't listen to just everybody talking out there, do this, because, you know, it's like it should come from a point of understanding of either someone that has built the game, you know, and knows the importance of every facet of every skill and every, you know, they have this well-rounded understanding, or come from someone who's done the research and shows the receipts and is like, okay, so, you know, before I would say we need to tune down Abyss, right? That's clearly what I would say. Obviously it's a busted skill. There's some people that don't even believe that, but I'm so sure of it. But here's the thing. Now I have to present receipts. I need to say, okay, these skills right here are also busted. You know, we can't base it on the Warlock and evening out all of his skill level because all of these other skills are also busted here. You show the receipts for that. You say, so we shouldn't base it on busted skills. Okay, there's the first part of your argument. Now, Abyss is busted. Look at it in PvP. Sure, it's not as strong as these other skills in PvM, but it's also very effective in PvM with little gear. It does too much damage. Here's what it looks like in PvP. Here's why this is bad. You show the receipts of, hey, look, you don't PvP. That's okay. You're still gonna have to deal with this fucking horse shit. And then you show BMing pub games with it, and you show literally ruining people's fun with a build that they didn't choose to, you know, they didn't choose to engage with. And it's like, you have all of this mountain of shit stacked against you to show the receipts of something that this is clearly busted, right? I already know the conclusion, but it's like, now I have to collect all of this evidence to show this and to prove this, all to fight back against, you know, someone that's just like, you know, Abyss isn't as strong as this, we need to buff it. It's always good to buff skills, right? That's the mentality we're on. That's what I mean. Yes, I would agree, Vigil. I think that's the hardest hardcore players. They often get discounted, but I think you really do need to listen to those guys, right? Like the hardest of hardcore degenerate players that know the game inside and out. Listen to those guys. They probably have a better understanding of the balance, right? And I'm talking like, it's not enough to just play one facet of the game. It's not enough to just play like, you know, if I just played PvP, or if I just did PvM, or if I just speed ran the game and never really, you know, if I played like Zarfan and never really played into the end game or whatnot, like, you need a well-rounded suggestion, right? Like, that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, you know? It's like, it's not saying any of these guys have bad opinions on anything. It's just like, you can't just play the game one way and have an opinion about the entirety of changing a game. Yeah, I'd be curious to see the numbers sales profit made for this expansion. Oh, dude, they broke 1 million in the first couple of days, and at $25 each, there's at least 25 million. Plus, yeah, whatever they get after that, right? Yeah, I think they certainly will, though. That's the thing. It depends on what they do for the rest of it. Like, are they going to do more updates? All of this, right? Looks like Squigs takes that. The Necro dominates. God damn those. We're going to have to look. We'll check the tapes. Don't worry, Nim. We're going to be checking the tapes to see what sort of hacks Squigs was using and how he was cheating. It's not a matter of if, but how. And we might have to retroactively give this to the Din. These freaking Necros bullying these Din players. No, I didn't take it as that at all, Jaiso. Not at all. No, I think it was a great question, man. Yeah. For me, the new content unlocks a ton of new possible builds, so while I see your points, I somewhat enjoy, to a point, the expansion. Yeah, Warlock 2 OP. Yeah, for sure. Like, and that's the thing. It all depends on the direction they go with it, right? What's their game plan? Are they going to treat it like every other ARPG where they're going to give constant expansions now? If so, I think your point holds more water, right? Like, it's at that point they're really focusing on the sales, you know, and it's like you can't stop that train, right? But yeah, no, I think that's great. I think you're one of the more respectful people to ask questions like that, so don't feel bad, man. I really appreciate good, thoughtful conversations like that. Hell yeah, man. Well, Squigs got up in here, did some bullying. It's unfortunate, all right? It's unfortunate. Like I said, we're going to check the tapes. We're going to check the tapes. I'm going to pop back into Murder SC here, see how this is looking. Looks like he's still waiting on his opponent. We do still have some other people here as well. I see GDA up in here. I know he's probably got some matches tonight. We'll throw him in the queue. But first, I'm going to try to take down this baloney pony guy. I'm going to take down this. I'm going to try to take him down, all right? He's going to be on a warlock, so obviously we're going to have to be at the top of our game. We can't be fucking around. I'm going to throw GDA in the queue. Who else am I missing here? Coach Jason. Damn, son. Oh, hell yeah. They might be going up against each other, but I'm going to check in there in a second. We got Coach Jason in the queue. GDA. I see Brandoom AF50 up in here. Hell yeah. AF50 Brandoom. Going to check in with these guys after this. But first, Coolie versus Baloney Pony in a Necro V Warlock showdown. This one's going to be a bit wild, boys. Get your shitting pants on. All right, we're gonna have to probably get ready with the punch-out theme here too. We've got to get locked in. That Bill, just cue it up. Make sure. Yep, that's the one. Wait, just not yet, not yet. I'm gonna check on these messages from Baloney. See what we've got for a game. All right. All right, and here we go. Right, good stuff. Let's make sure we're looking clean here. Welcome to your demise. No, I shall fight with valor and cowardice. What do you say? And cowardice. All right, what have we got here? We've got a warlock, so he's going to be a firelock. So we probably want some fire resist, right? We're going to put this on. We're going to go with make sure our fire res is looking good. He probably has a shit ton of minus fire res too, so that's going to be a problem. But let's see what we've got for charms that can kind of resist that. We don't have much. We really don't have much. All right, well, we're gonna go with this. Our fire res is so low, but we might be able to swap out here a little bit. We'll go see if I have a dwarf star. There we go. We've got a dwarf star. Got the sling ring. I think sling ring's the way to go. We will go with Hodo for the fire res. I'm gonna change out my amulet. Hopefully with something with fire res. Let's see what I have. Something with massive fire res. What about this? Well, oh, I can't use. I gotta have one with strength. Fuck. Fuck. All right. Well, that's probably about all we've got there. All right. Well, we're gonna see. We're gonna see if that's enough. I hope it is, but we're probably going to get pieced up by this fire damage. I got to transfer some more charms, I guess. I have no way to stack my res. It's going to be crazy, but Coach Jason and Skeletor ready to rock. All right, man, we got you in the queue. I'll pop over there. I'll pop over right after this, brother. We've got... I'm going to check in with GDA, who's up next in the queue. And then we've got Coach Jason versus Skeletor. But first, I've got to try to take down this Warlock player here. This guy coming in. Bullying me with a mercenary. These friggin' Warlock players. Just coming in. All merc style here, trying to merc me. Alright, Bill. We're gonna need it. We're gonna go / no pickup. Alright, ready, brother? He is indeed ready. Bill, give it to me. We're gonna need to dial in. Go, bro. Here we go. Round 1. Alright, he's a fire lock. Okay. Holy shit, that fucking hurts. I think I just got hit with a apocalypse, so I need to be careful not to chase him when he's been off screen, because I can get invisible apocalypsed. Oh, nice. Oh! GG, holy fuck, man. Damn, son. All right, we got there. All right, we got there. Okay. Okay, this is doable. We just need to be careful not to chase too much. If we chase, we run into Ring of Fire, we run into Apocalypse. All right, 1-0. Well, that wasn't invis. We saw that. All right, we gotta be careful here. We gotta be careful here. No! Oh, I thought for sure I was done. We kind of always do have the rep to full option if we're like low. Because we don't really have to close the distance. Oh, nice shot. Nice shot. GG. 1-1. All right. This is going to be a game of, like, distance. Yeah, I think this is going to be a game of distance. We need it the most rep life possible. I'm not sure if I have... I guess we could take off Sling Ring for more rep life, that might be a way to go. That might be the way to go. Because it so rarely comes... The sling ring is nice, but we're going to have to hit a lot anyway. I think it's like 220 something max. 220 something with 85-15. I think it was looking fine when he would Ring of Fire me. I was still like kind of okay. It didn't seem like it was too low.
What can I do for you?
Alright, do I go rep life on this with mana in place of Sling Ring? I think that's probably the way to go. Rep to full, man. I think that's gonna be the name of this game. 29 rep life. It's as much as we can go. And probably a Sunder too, right? Actually, replace it with a Sunder? Yeah, that's the way to go. I don't know. I'm not sure what the minus res with Apocalypse is. Yeah, I'm not chasing. I'm spamming. Sorry, guys. Sorry for how uninteresting this is, but I'm spamming. Do not chase. Do not come close. And they have like 1 billion pets too, so nothing gets through. I'm sorry, this is gonna be a spam fest. I think that means sling ring for sure, though. Ooh!
Not in town.
Damn. Sorry for Gee. it's the only way. It's the only way.
Greetings.
Yeah, sling ring for sure though. Over rep life. Just got to make those hits count. I think if we keep the distance, we'll eventually get there. We'll eventually rep to full if need be. I should have got my other sling ring. We should have gone full Sunder. I'm a big fan of giving up, like, defenses for more offense. Sick, actually. I'm actually gonna do that. I'm gonna give up my dwarf star, and I'm gonna put on like a. I'm gonna put on a Volcathos, just like more damage. I think is the way to go. Wow, you can get locked with fucking... You can get locked with Ring of Fire, but you can't get locked with Mind Blasts. Fucking stupid. They really did a number. That's alright, we can rep. 3-1.
Good day.
Yeah, I think we have the range. We just have to rely on it. That was so strange. I got completely locked out at the edge of that fire blast. That was so crazy. Or the ring of fire. I was like, I couldn't teleport. I couldn't do anything. That was so strange. I didn't even know that could happen. I was right on the edge of the ring of fire, which is where you take the most damage. And I wasn't getting knocked out of the circle, but I was still taking damage and I couldn't move. Like I couldn't teleport. I had to walk out of it. That was so strange. All right. 3-1. We just gotta maintain. We gotta maintain the distance. Because that fucking shit hurts. Nice stun. That was an amazing combo. I thought I was dead there with Apocalypse. I was like, oh my god, set Apocalypse and then stun them in it. Oh my god. We did a little bit of a trade there. I don't think I won that trade, but we dealt some damage. Ooh. Ooh, we just randomly caught him with that spear. Perfectly aimed spear. Definitely on purpose. Hashtag top neck. I knew he was gonna be there. I knew he was gonna do it. Mind if I see gear? Dude, I wonder what he was rocking for this. Oh yeah, that was Max. Damn, son. Obsession with the 69 res. Nice. Look at this. He actually has himself a Warlock helm here too. 25 strength, dex, all res with a facet in it. I wonder if he's got a jewel somewhere else. He does right here. He's got the new jewel in the Ars al Diablos, man. Damn, son. Damn, look at this. Look at this shield. 7 Apocalypse. I didn't know it could go that high. I thought 6 was max, but damn. And look at this, the 216 rep life Ammy. He was in it for the long game here too. He was in it for that rep life as well. And he has some nice chaos skillers too. Holy shit. Look at that. Sunder Charm. I love that he doesn't have the minus fire res here and it's just all fire damage because the fire res you can stack against. But this right here, That actually increases your fire output. That fire damage was insane. It was so big, it was to the fact where I was like, I just need to compete on damage. Yeah, he was using the legacy boots as well. I was like, I just need to compete with his damage. Like, just make this a duel, you know what I mean? Don't go too defensive. Just make it so that when my shit hits, it hurts just as much. Like, that was crazy. We almost had a similar FPK ring here. That's actually really cool. Nice Warlock torch there, too. Jesus. Whoops. G fucking G, man. Wild setup. That is crazy. We did it, boys. We beat a Warlock. It wasn't impressive, and I felt like a late fool doing it, but sometimes you just gotta go on gotta utilize the range where we can, you know. Yeah, it gives him negative 75 fire res on the Apocalypse if he consumes. Wow. Yeah, def a tough matchup. Yeah, the range was the thing. Good setups, though, with Apoc and Ring of Fire, though. That was nuts. Was lucky to get out of some of those. ROF stun is wild. I think like ROF, 1 point ROF might actually be a thing, you know what I mean? Like in any Warlock build that is like, that's fair like that, you know? Even if you're not on a fire build. What's hard to get you stunned in the Apoc ROF? Yeah, I saw him going for that. I was like, I almost got caught in it once and I was like, yep, I'm done here. Like, this is... I was so surprised I got out of it. Like that setup that he did, he sets the Apocalypse, and it makes a big difference if you're chasing, because that's how he caught me a couple of times in the beginning. I would chase him, and I'd notice I'm in an Apocalypse, and then he would stun me, and I'm like, you can't chase this. Like, it's more than just avoiding the invisible Apocalypse. It's like, there's a trap he's setting here, and it's pretty vicious. Like, it makes it so that's why I was like, I'm sorry, I have to keep the distance. Because it was like, you're just running into that. You're just looking for it. Yeah. And he says, for Abyss setup? Oh, shit. Yeah, he's got the Ars Duels Mephistos. Look at this thing. 30 cast on it, too. I think it's beautiful, man. Bang Song's lesson as well. I actually was thinking about, I was like, if I run a build like that, I would run Bang Songs. I know it's a little weird, but you can put a jewel in it. You can, you know, minus on that fire res. I think that's really cool. Absolutely insane, man. G fucking G. Hard to get my FCR 125 with Mangs. Ah, word. Yeah, you would need a helm, like a 2-socket helm or something, or slightly better amulet. But that's a really cool setup, man. I've actually always wanted to put together a fire warlock for like legit, like real dual PvP, and this is definitely going to be one right here that we take some notes on. As it is with anything with Baloney Pony, this guy is just a savage. Very creative, always these off-meta builds, and sometimes, they become big. Good duels, brother. Appreciate you. Chaos Emblem. Oh, look at this. Faster run walk. Nice. Life, faster run walk, fire res. Yeah, Apocalypse is insane. It's kind of like Meteor, as it should be. It's very slow. It's very, like, you can see it coming. It should do more than Meteor. Yeah, I like that. When I saw him running around in the Bloodmoor, I was like, all right, I'm going to hit you with these bone spirits from afar. Yeah, love it, dude. GG's. GG's, brother. Absolutely insane. Good duel, man. Holy shit. Sorry again for how long that was. It was, you know, I hate to do it. I know some other people are jamming, slamming, ready to cram in their duels. I hate to hold you up, which makes me wonder why I choose the Necro when I come in here and jam this Coolie on, Necro main now. But bros, that build is sick. Build is sick, man. All right, we're popping into GDA versus AF50. For what looks to be an LLD showdown, boys. Yep, thanks for bearing with me. I try not to duel on stream because I like to get in it. And I was like, you know what? If I'm gonna duel on stream, I was like, this is what I said. I was like, I can't be afraid Should just make the duels miserable if I have to. All right, just make them miserable. I'm already 10 times worse when I stream. Holy shit, man. AF50 closing the distance here on GDA with some vicious kicks. Holy shit, man. All right. All right, GDA up in here. I think that's right. These guys had to do a swap. There was a swapped matchup here with what was going on. I think it was BRP couldn't make it or something. So AF50 with the Phil, I want to say. Not sure. Not 100% sure. But this, or it might have been an old fight. Either way, I'm just happy to see this, man. By the way, we've got the Last Dynasty popping nasty D-clones right now. If you're on ROT dubs, non-ladder, get yourself in a hell game for these D-clone pops. Nice puddle there from AF50 and GDA in trouble early. Damn, son. That is wild. And what is this?
Put us in queue.
Track amp, got you, bro. Got you. You up in there. Bro, thank you so much for that. Guy just coming in like a baller. Track amp, V Poly for the title. Got you in there, man. Got you in there. That's going to be sick. That's going to be sick. Up next, we've got Coach Jason versus Skeletor. Sorry again for the wait. We're going to check in with Brand Doom. I believe, let me see. Does he have a, he had an LLD match. And is he also on the nope. Wait a minute. Nope. Could be wrong here. Unless he filled in. I'll check in with him either way. We're going to check in with Brand Doom after this. See what's going on after the Skeletor versus Coach Jason match. And then after that, we've got Track Amp V Poly. Again, sorry for the delay. Did I miss anybody also while I was dueling? I get Polytheist zoned in and can miss the chat. Oh, that's what it was. Okay. He was out fishing, couldn't make it. All right, thank you. That's what it was. I thought I remembered something about that, but wasn't sure. It's short for a DFC duel. Wasn't that long. It could have been longer. We got lucky because Baloney Pony, he's a good dueler. Like, I mean, he could have done what I was doing as well and just made it a long duel of distance where we kind of hit each other randomly and keep it going, but like he was actually looking for angles, setting up some nice combos and playing very well on that. That's actually a pretty inspirational firelock right there. Got to get me in on that. Now look at this. Okay, GDA developing a whole different strategy in this duel here. That was very smart. So he was getting pieced up as soon as AF50 was closing the distance. And mind you, this is a level 30 duel, so this is a bit different. This is a bit different than the HLDs, right? He was keeping his distance there because he was getting pieced up when AF50 closed it, right? Keeping his distance. We're just out of range of that Dragonflight, keeping those arrows flying. And that one got him there in that round. That was really good. Yeah, no worries. We're in level 30 duel right here. Different kind of play style. Opinion on the Amazon amulet? 2 Zon, 19 FCR, Rep Life, Regen, 16 all res. I think it's probably a better PVM amulet. PvP doesn't usually use a Zon caster amulet. It very rarely they do. You could have one for like a Java Zon, but there isn't a lot of Java Zons that do PvP just because you can stack up the light res and, you know, put a little bit of absorb on, legal absorb, and they're suddenly not as good. That or it's complete shutout for, you know, it's a divisive class, point is. Well, point is that they're not used a lot. So hard telling, it's probably more of a PVM amulet, and at that, I still think you probably go for... Actually, no, that might actually be really good PVM. What it's worth, who knows? Check it out on Tradery, see what similar amulets go for, if there are any. But yeah, it's definitely a good amulet. It definitely has a use, so it's probably worth something. You ever use Fizz Sorb? Well, by Java, I mean Lightning Java. Yeah, also figuring out how to duel with a Firelock. Duel and Necros is always tough. Week 2 of a new build that nobody has tried in PvP yet. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think it's really cool, I gotta say, Bologoney, that you're actually doing that, because I feel like there's not a lot of players out there that are willing to try out a fair Warlock build, right, in PvP. You see, like, you know, or Max really has been the only one, all to figure out that his build was also pretty insane. But, you know, he was the first player to step up and be like, all right, I'm going to do a non-Abyss lock here because Abyss is clearly broken. But it takes players like that, like Max and yourself, playing builds like this that nobody dares play. No one really dives in to figure out, you know, the strengths and weaknesses of to advance the game, man. So props to you, Bologoney. I think that's really fucking cool that you're doing that. It's an inspirational build. I've always wanted to build one. I was waiting on a smart player like you to put one together and show the base of it, right? And that is looking clean. Yeah, virtual round of applause for Bologoney here. Looks like AF50 has taken this level 30 duel right here. Just closed that distance, got in, delivered the punishment, man. These Blade Sins, let me tell you, they are something. Big hits there. But great gear for both of these guys. Thank you so much for showing off the LLD gear. I appreciate it when people do that, so we can see kind of what's going on, what's under the hood of these, you know? But up next, we've got Coach Jason coming in, stepping into melee, and he is going up against Skeletor in the melee division, and this one should be an epic showdown. Skeletor on the Din, Coach Jason on the Druid, the showdown of the century. The epic back and forth melee bout that has characterized and categorized this entire division all throughout time, but certainly in recent history. This is wild, man. Let's get up in there. Let's check this out. Bill, give it right to us. And here it is, the melee showdown. So far, it's looking as though Coach Jason coming in and delivering some absolute violence with this Druid. We might be in the era, after tonight and seeing how this is going, we might be in the era of dominance from the Druids. We might be in that era right now. Smolp's taking the crown, taking the LLD gold in, or I'm sorry, the melee gold in DFC. As a Druid player, Thornton striking down all of these Dins. And damn, there it is. All right. And look at this, the morphed back human form swing. Coach Jason, this guy, he ain't no nub in this division. This guy coming out, even when he loses the wolf form here, you can't morph back by DFC rules, but you can keep swinging. And that's something that certainly helps out. He's certainly keyed normal attack here, so he can do just that. Look at those hits, though, man. That is crazy. That is vicious damage from this Druid. Yep, Druid gang. That's what it is. I just need Chaos GCs and I can make it. Just don't want to buy them. Yeah. Chaos GCs are the big ones right now. They cover 2 builds, right? The magic builds, the fire builds. There's kind of big demand for them. Keep swinging, big dog. Hell yeah. Oh my god, man. Coach Jason just laying the smackdown. Skeletor coming off of a big win against Thorjitsu in ROT Dubs melee tonight. And now the tables have turned, at least for the first part of this melee duel, versus the droid. This is crazy, man. I gotta say, Coach Jason's build, man, not sure what he's rocking, but some of these hits, you'll notice them right when they come out. Big hits. Like, look at this. Usually the first hit, that one was a little bit of a nick, but look at this. That damage stacks up so quick. I think he's in trouble this round because he didn't get one of those big KO hits right out the gate, but he still gets there, still finishes. That is wild, man. Let's pop into Skeletor, see how this is looking from his end. You know, I hate to do it, but we always root for those Dins around here. Those Druid players picking on those Dins. It doesn't stop. Not in HLD, now in Melee. Druid players picking on Dins. It's unacceptable. Unacceptable. Look at this, man. Stacking up that damage. Holy shit, just big hits here. It's so wild. It's so wild, man. Druids are just savage heavy hitters in melee right now. The rule to switch out, and in this matchup in particular, and allow Fort and Phoenix versus Dins and Druids has really turned the tables and turned this into probably slightly in favor of the Druids by the looks, but certainly a matchup that is going back and forth. And by the way, patent pending, this guy giving out 5 gifted memberships in the Coolie Live YouTube channel. My guy. Big puff vape cheers for you, brother. I gotta go refill. I gotta refill my drink here, man. Bro, thank you so much for that support, man. Means a lot. Goes a long way. Hope you're enjoying the show. It's so good to see you, brother. Welcome in. Official welcome to the VIP only section. To the 5 new members. Man, thank you again. Huge. Frosty approved. That's right. That's right. 2 legends up in here. These guys just throwing down as Diablo invading Sanctuary, but Skeletor is going to need a big comeback here. It's looking as though these Dins certainly getting the short end of the stick right now. In the war between the Druids and the Dins, the Druids have pulled ahead for now, but look at this, by a sliver of life in this. He says he has a new toy. I see that mallet, man. That's interesting. You never know with that mallet. We see some Druids actually use an F Stone Crusher in this setup, which I think is really cool. I found one, and I certainly have kept it just in case I ever put one of these Druids together. I think I probably will. Now that we have ROT dubs and I've converted a lot of characters, look at that damage. You friggin' see that? It's like these Dins ain't even blocking, man. It's like Dins can't block anymore versus these Druids. This is so wild. Dole House and Serenity, the Q. Got you, brother. Thank you, Serenity. Dole House v Serenity. Hell yeah, for some Din v Sin violence, I can't wait. There it is. Now Skeletor getting some hits in, but he's got to stack them up. Down goes the Oak. This could be his chance to start climbing back up. There it is. He takes him down. Takes him down. Now it's, I believe, 2-9. Certainly, if Skeletor can pull this off, this would be an unbeatable biggest comeback in DFC history. I shouldn't say unbeatable. You could technically beat it in a title bout. But a 1-9 comeback here. We're all rooting for it. The underdog. Holy shit, he's getting there, man. 2-9 now. Down goes the Oak. It's looking pretty good here. There it is. Now 3-9. Now 3-9 for Skeletor. This is wild. What is up with these Din comebacks tonight, huh? Yeah, I kind of want to see it. I kind of want to see it, man. Uh-oh, big hits early, though. As if he just gets in there, casts the Oak Sage, recasts it after losing it, comes back in, swings away, and damn, Coach Jason getting the win on this Savage Druid. Well, let's take a look under the hood here and see what these melee duelers were rocking. All right, he's got the Fortitude, of course. There's that new toy he talked about. We're going to get a chance to see that in a second. Looked like an E-Rep rare that he had. No F Stone Crusher. That's some savagery right there. There it is. Oh my god, look at that thing, man. Cruel Fool IAS E-Rep minus Rex as well. What is that? That is a crazy, crazy mallet. That is looking clean, man. And a 2-socket, 5 Fury, Vizzo, faster hit recovery helm. That's insane. 30 ED, 18 min. For a jewel in that shield. And look at this. Cruel Fool IAS corpse. Look at this thing, man. E-Rep, Cruel Fool IAS. Perfect rolls on all of that. With a single low in that Etnax. I gotta say, that thing is looking good for Skeletor there, too. What up, Paul? Yeah, you see that, Graham? That's insane, man. Wow. Wow, man, that is so good. Like, look at all the rolls on that. Yeah, he's highlighting that too. That's so good, man. These guys' gear, I gotta say, is super impressive. For how lopsided this turned out to be here, it surprises me because this gear from both of these guys is just nuts. Holy shit, man. Wow. There it is. The melee match between these guys, I gotta say, worth the wait. Worth the wait, man. Let's check in with Brand Doom. Let's see what this guy is doing. Let's give him a little peek here. Let's see what's up. What's this? What the hell is Brand Doom doing now? Oh yeah, he's sitting here. Look at this. Look at this. He's got that helm on. That weird helm. You know which one I'm talking about? Which one is that? It's the set helm. Oh man. Yeah, that's what I say. But next up, we've got Track Amp versus Poly. That's the big one, boys. This is the HLD title bout of the evening. Track Amp versus Polytheist. So let's kick in here. Let's see if we can get see if we can see how this one's going. Oh man. Is this the Poly? Oh yeah, this is Poly. I think these guys getting ready to throw down. HLD title on the line. So rare that we get to see. I think this will actually be faster than most Fire Druid fights. Usually Fire Druid fights, they can kind of be like what you saw with my Necro, right? Sometimes you got to keep the distance. You gotta opportunistically get in there. That's not necessarily what the Fire Druids do, but it can turn into kind of a long duel like that because it becomes a duel of range where you're trying to perfectly manage your range, right? But I don't think that's going to be the case with this. I honestly think this could be a duel. Both of these guys got the same range, and Polytheist is hungry for duels like this, man. These mirror matches, it's going to be crazy. Well, we're going to tune in. We're going to find out who will walk away with the HLD DFC title tonight. Will it be Polytheist defending his belt, or will Track Amp be the new DFC HLD champion? Let's find out. And in this corner, we've got reigning defending HLD champion Polytheist returning to the top after a bit of a layoff, working his way back up through the ranks and dominating everyone. This guy is a savage, man, but can he do it against someone equally as savage on the exact same build? Will the student become the professor tonight? We're gonna find out. And hell yeah, AF50 got you in there, man. You and Coach Jason in the melee division, and then me and you, we've got ourselves an LLD match. I'm gonna throw that in there too. Don't you think I forgot? Right? Don't you think I forgot? And you know what's coming out. You know what we're busting out for that. Hell yeah, Track Amp coming in. Oh yeah, yep, Paulie is the champ. He's trying to defend it here. And hell yeah, Twisted Duelist, that's cool, man. We've been going now for probably 5 or 6 years almost. So it's become a pretty good weekly ritual here, I gotta say. Hell yeah, we're jamming. Farm up, trade up. Hit some gear, we'll see you here, man. That would be sick. Why sling over Opal Vein? I don't have an Opal Vein. But honestly, I think Sling Ring is still better because at some point, the 5% addition to your magic damage, while it's great, the biggest thing that someone can do against you in PvP on a Necro is put the fucking boots on, right? When they put the boots on, you lose 30% damage. So the best thing that you can do is just minus that res right away, plus some. When I have 2 sling rings on, I can go minus 38. So it's like, I do vicious damage with the Jewel, all of the additions that we have of, you know, Sunder Charms and all this. You still have some bonus magic damage in there. But, it's just so savage. I think it comes out to more. It certainly punishes them if they don't wear the boots, right? It makes it so they cannot swap off the boots, not like they ever would, but like if they have any other tricky shit up their sleeve for whatever reason, who knows what they would have. But like, they have to wear the boots. If for whatever reason they think it's a good idea to take them off, they are straight dead. And yeah, the minus magic res, I just think it seems better to me. Geared my Ancient and Necro, so they have minus 30 magic res as a base. Yeah, you got to, man. Got to. I think you have to fight back against those boots, because the boots are just so bad if someone's wearing them. Is there a map cut? Map cut at den for you guys' duel? You can cut it at den if you want, man. Yeah. Slice it up however you want. If your opponent's like, yeah, let's cut it. For this duel, no cut yet. I don't think we'll need one. These guys have engaged in the first round right here. You can see Poly giving a lot of respect to Track Amp here. Track Amp trying to set up some combos, trying to catch Poly. He knows what it is. We've seen these guys go at it before. If it does, I don't think it will go on long, but if it does, we'll balance some other duels in between. Don't worry. We'll throw some other ones in there. If this first round lasts like 20 minutes, we'll start up Dole House versus Serenity. We'll bounce back and forth. Should have them fight in tower level 1? Tower level 0, right? Tower level 0. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Shaman v Shaman, or in this case, I mean, it's really just fire druids. Shaman is sort of a misnomer now. Shaman used to be a fire druid build that had a bit of a focus on the bear. So I've, in recent history, begun calling these what they are, which is fire druids. But that is the subtle difference. It's not really that well known because the Shaman was really only a thing in PvP, right? Like it was the bear and the focus on that physical damage, the physical hit from the actual bear was really just a PvP thing. And it existed more at a time when, with this build where it was a bit questionable as to how good the fire damage was, you know, because you run into these situations where it is a bit of, you know, you don't have much to cast at close range without making yourself vulnerable. The bear was good for telly chains and all of this. There's a lot of benefits to it, but in the more modern state of this build, a lot of people are just focusing on the power of the fire skills. So the bear and that sort of damage from that is kind of no longer a thing, but that was essentially what made it the Shaman, right? It was, and it made sense. Shaman having the, you know, being a druid and having his bear along with his elemental skills. But these are just regular old fire druids. Track Amp running Hurricane. Looks like Poly might have Storm Shield on swap. No shit. Yeah, interesting. In case he gets down on the on life here, he swaps on Storm Shield. That'd be interesting. This match would go hard in Ariat Summit. Agreed. Agreed. Polytheist has dueled in Ariat Summit before, too. He had a pretty epic match between him and Lamp on the Ariat Summit. It was pretty wild. Yeah, the Armageddon is part physical, part fire. So is Molten Boulder. So is Volcano. I can't remember if Fissure is. I think that might be all fire. But yeah, there's a lot of their spells are hybrid physical and fire. Fire versus fire, trap v trap at Summit, right? Yeah, we'll see. Like I said, I mean, if it goes on long, I anticipated it probably wouldn't be a long duel, but it might be. We rarely see it, right? If it is long, that's okay. We got teams going on. We also have other matchups that we can swap out to and mix in between. So no worries. We are prepared for. Looks like the teams are done. Unfortunately, oh, it's too bad. Yeah, I mean, they're still open if someone wants to start up teams, man. Just chill out in there. Maybe someone will join you, you know? But yeah, we do have other matches we can get to as well. No worries, no worries. If it goes long, we'll mix them up. We'll do 2 at once. Natty got an ace? Damn, son. And I disagree. I don't think you can really polish a turd, all right? You can put makeup on a pig, all right? And then that's still a pig. But have you ever tried to polish a turd? Because I have. I took fucking large one the other day and tried to preserve it. And that's where I figured out you really can't polish a turd. All right, so just, I'm glad we cleared that up. There's a lot of debate about that in the chat, okay? Yeah, that's what it is, Alpine. But yeah, no, to your point, the fire druids often they're not the most exciting matchups, but they don't have to be, right? Like that's what I say. It doesn't have to be these builds that do big KO damage instantly and all of this, right? I mean, and they kind of can too if you close the distance, which is why basically all of their duels happen at a distance. Their opponent has to opportunistically close the distance. It has to be, you can't just do it willy-nilly, right? That's when you end up eating Armageddon, eating up boulders, you know, just eating nasty shit, right? Speaking of shit. But then also, you know, that's kind of what they're trying to do, is maintain their medium range, hit people with these, like, sometimes CT casted stuff, get these opportunistic name locks, and you very rarely, against very, you know, it's very rare that you would want to chain, right? That's another thing. And another thing that kind of adds to the you know, the length of these duels is, as a viewer, is you rarely see a name lock either, right? Like, it's, you don't get a life check on your opponent. But like right there, we get a brief one, and it looks as though Track Amp is actually in trouble. Yeah, and after this round, what we can do is we'll cut over to Serenity and Dole House, and we'll bounce back and forth between the two while these guys get set up for the second round. So just so that you guys are ready, we'll cut over to that after this. You have to freeze it first. I didn't try that, but I think it'll melt. I think it'll melt still. Yeah, I would say hybrid Boazon, any sort of Boazon is a really, really bad matchup for a druid. I took a poorly geared Boazon against Polytheist, and it didn't even feel fair. It was so easy. Like, I think I had, like, poison charms and stuff, and he had PLR, and I was still doing enough physical damage to just get through it. I was like, man, I don't even need gear. It's just strafe multi. There's nothing they can do. I like when Fire Druid plays against an opponent who has to get close, but I enjoy it all, yeah. Yeah, it's true. It's interesting, but even versus the players that have to get close, right? For example, like a Barb or a Smiter. Both of those builds in a high-tier matchup like this are still gonna just be super patient. They're gonna wait for the Fire Druid to come in, close the distance, make a mistake, right? If you're on the Barb, you're leaping around a lot, you're waiting for the Druid to come in, fuck up, get caught by the leap, tele-whirl. You're rarely ever chaining them, just because the trade-off between you knowing exactly when to stop your chain and start zerking, and them just randomly up-bouldering, it's just such a bad trade-off, especially with a dual-wielding Barb, that it just gets... It's not worth it. So you're not going to see that very often. You know, you're going to see Barbs being patient and setting up combos. You're going to see Dins probably try to address from the outside with something like either FOH or, you know, be patient, use a bow sometimes, be patient, just wait for the name lock. There's a lot of things. But in that particular matchup, you know, versus Dins, and we might extend this to Barbs as well, but I don't know. Some people say it's good that Druids have Wolves versus Barbs, but we banned Wolves versus Dins on Fire Druids in particular. Just because, I mean, it probably could have extended to both of them. Who knows? I think we might I can't remember if we made the distinction or not, but either way, wolves versus dins on a druid is just GG. I guess against an H-din, you can still win, but it's not a very exciting duel regardless. It's druid wins it, and it's not very exciting. Yeah, Poly is insane. Poly's insane, man. Yeah, hybrid Zon is really, really bad. Any sort of bow wielding Zan, it's tough. Very, very tough. For the bow Zon, do I use the GMB or mat bow? It depends on what your other gear is. If you're wearing a 45 IAS helm and you're like a walk fort Zon or something, probably GMB. But if you're on some sort of hybrid setup that requires you to not use that helm and max out your IAS, then probably Shadow Bow. It really depends on what you're using. I have both on my Zon, just depending on what I swap to. No, not even with full block DR, dude. Just too much. They can't do nothing. Oh man, and there it is. Polytheist gets there. He ended up closing the distance once he noticed that track amp was low there. He got a little more ballsy, which is why he took that damage at the end. That's because he was closing the distance. He was trying to finish it. You know, that's these guys dancing, having respect for each other here in the power of the build. They recognize it, but damn, son. Polytheist, at least in the first round here, showing the dominance on the Fire Druid. Let's cut over to Serenity. Speaking of dins, let's cut over to Serenity versus Dolehouse in a Din v Sin showdown. I can't wait, boys. This one's going to be good. Din v Sin. This is a tough matchup for a Din. Serenity had a matchup versus Maddie. Probably, you know, he was felled by a Sin in recent history, but I think he says, you know what? It's time to come back from this. It's time to put that behind us. It's time to get back on the Sin killing train here and make every hit count. I think that's what he's going to do here, boys. That's what he's going to try to do versus Dolehouse. Dolehouse, up-and-coming Sin player, though. This guy is a savage. And we're going to see if he's got what it takes to take down an absolute legend, though. Serenity, arguably the best Din player right now in the DFC. Probably between him and Sogi, it's close. Look at that chain, though, man. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. It is a fine dance in the Blood Moor. Look at this. Dancing in between these traps like they're not even there. All of these are missing so far. I gotta say, that's really insane. As he lands some sick hits here versus Dolehouse. Dolehouse on the hybrid Sin, that's a little dangerous. That's a little dangerous. I think what you want to do here is really utilize these traps versus a Din. It is very dangerous to start whirlwinding, because it just leaves you in this uncontrollable, you can't get away, you can get FOH'd, you can get comboed in that whirlwind, and you usually don't want to trade with a Sin, right? A Spider Sin, you might be able to get away with it. That very well could be what Dolehouse is on here, just trying to proc that open wounds. Look at these chains, though! I'm telling you, boys, Serenity is on one now. He's on his comeback arc here against these Sin players. Holy shit, and there it is, man. Damn, son, getting in there with a nice Grief Berserker axe. Holy shit, I gotta say. That is wild, looking clean. Let's cut back over to the Champ versus Track Amp. The Champ v Track Amp, man, that's where it is. That's what's going down. That is what's going down. Polytheist up 1-0. Serenity up 1-0 versus Dolehouse. CS is allowed. Yep, it is allowed. It's just, it's not used very often. It's hard to explain, but it's not as good as you would think. Some Warlock skills are banned in this, yes. But Warlocks are not. We ban Abyss because there's no fixing it. It's so busted. And we've also figured out that Blood Boil is also pretty busted versus regular characters. Kind of, you can't interact with it. So those are currently banned. And to put it in perspective, we have never banned an offensive skill in DFC, I don't think, right? But am I Am I wrong about this? I don't think we've ever banned an offensive skill. Like, across the board. So, Warlock just came in, got 2 of them banned. That's how powerful they are, to put it in perspective. We don't ban shit, right? We don't ban shit. Most of it's pretty balanced. But Warlock just ain't. And then... But there are some fair builds. I just had a duel with Baloney Pony, who's trying out the Fire Lock, taking that build to the next level. You know, that's a more fair PvP build for the Warlock. We got there with the Necro, but we have the range on a Fire Lock, so I mean, it's tough for him. But I think with time and practice, he could turn that into this build right here, or something similar. The Fire Druid, which really competes at sort of a mid-range, but can drop skills and you know, have this Armageddon that's covering a lot of the map, doing damage. Same could be said for something like Apocalypse with the Warlock. Hitting invisible Apocalypse feels really bad. Yeah, Mind Blast Lock is what really made Sins OP. I just saw a video of Maddie's. There was an old video, and I saw him with the IAS glitch just chucking Fire Blast so fast and locking people out with Mind Blast. I gotta say, it actually felt kind of cool to see. I thought we banned your skill because it was too offensive. Hey, yo! Yeah, obviously, you know, but that's my skill level, you know. Too good. Clay Golem and curses like Iron Maiden. Yeah, and those aren't really offensive skills. Those are like certain pets and defensive skills, right? Like a curse, theoretically, it's not offensive or defensive, but those curses are typically more defensive. D-crap, right? Like, dumb. Same with Clay Golem, really. It just slows your opponent. More defensive than offensive. Yeah, exactly, and that's a great way to put it, Montriana. Like, they're just defaulted. Players can always agree to whatever. So if you join on a lock and you know your opponent says, yeah, fuck it, go with Abyss. You can be an Abyss lock. That will probably never happen, but more frequently, yes. Montriana will fight your Iron Maiden Mancer, and Iron Maiden is not banned, I don't believe, in DFC. Iron Maiden isn't banned. You can use Iron Maiden. But if your whole goal is to cast up bone walls and hope the barb whirlwinds them, you better hope you don't go up against a good barb. Yeah, Iron Maiden, though, isn't necessarily as good as you think either. It doesn't... The skill is nerfed in PvP, and it doesn't do as much as you would think. So even if you Iron Maiden your wolves as a summon druid, or Iron Maiden your opponent and they hit your wolves, it returns some damage, but it's like not much. It's not like Iron Maiden and Chaos Sank. Oh, is it really? Is it actually banned? Did we ban it? Yeah, certain curse and creeper skills are banned. Iron Maiden. Word, okay, yeah, Stadium PK, just knowing my rules better than I do, you know? I guess we just never see it, but yeah, we could I'd totally be up for freeing the Iron Maiden. I'd totally be up for it. Although I feel like it would only hurt barbs, right? Like, it's not hurting anything else. So that would feel bad. Right? Listen here, guys. It's a lot of rules to remember. It's the rule Bible, all right? It's a lot. Do you remember every Bible verse? Because that's basically the rule book. Yeah, we never see it, though. Wonder why. Yeah, I wonder why no one does it. It's listen here. It's like Deuteronomy or whatnot, you know. You got to. I don't remember every verse, okay? Right? I can tell you the spirit, but I can't tell you all the words. 40 D clones so far? Holy shit! That's crazy, man. Yeah. The Last Dynasty Discord be popping this shit off on Thursdays again. They took a little bit of a hiatus there when we got the ROT Dubs expansion. I mean, the economy went wild at that point, right? It's probably harder to get SOJs. And here we go. We're back at it, man. Oh, really? Lone Warrior? Yeah, man. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, chains are great. If you can do them, they're pretty hard to do. They're not hard to do. It's just it's a new skill that most people, if you just do PVM or whatnot, the motion of chaining somebody, like a tele chain, for example, it's not natural to you. It's not something that you think about when you grab a name lock, right? If you do a lot of PVM, you probably grab a name lock and you hold it and you're just like, all right, here we go, right? Like, I've got the name lock, I'm doing good. But in PvP, a lot of times what you'll see from high-level players is they'll get the name lock and they'll quickly recenter their cursor right to the center of their character, and that's how you know they're just getting ready for a chain. All right, let's kick back over during this round here to Serenity versus Dollhouse, if these guys aren't already done. Round going a little long there in the Fire Druid v Fire Druid. So we're going to kick back over to Serenity, the Violence of the Din. And good stuff. These guys are waiting. That's awesome, man. Thank you so much. I was hoping not to miss this. It's a good one, man. It's always a good day when we see the Serenity throw down on this Din. It's certainly a challenge, I think, here for Dollhouse on the Sin. Certainly a challenge, man. Like a keeper of the code, right? Yeah, exactly. And then, yeah, multiple versions. There's also multiple versions of rules out there. Obviously, I know them all, everybody's rules from every PvP format, but, you know, sometimes it's hard to remember them on the spot, all right? Yeah, just like the different versions of the Bible. You know, you gotta remember the different versions of rules. Oh my god, and look at that, man. Barely any damage delivered that round by Dollhouse. Yeah, I'm telling you, he says, LOL shit. Yeah, let me tell you, man, Serenity is on a different level with this Din. The strategy with the Sin is, man, you gotta rely on those traps versus the Din. A good smiter like Serenity, he's so good at telling in, grabbing the name lock, and just making you pay immediately. And sometimes if you panic and you try to run away, he'll combo you too, right? He's really good at that. What you gotta do is you gotta get him in there. You gotta, you know, when he closes the distance, you gotta be ready with that 5 stack of traps and just make him pay for it, right? And by that, I mean, you can't stand there. You gotta be elusive. You gotta be a bit evasive. But, you know, telly around those traps. Make it hard for him to keep that name lock, keep a chain. And if he does chain you, stay in your traps, right? Just like we saw with Joby versus Squigs. You know, stay in those traps. Or not Joby versus Squigs. Last week we saw Squigs on the Trapper versus, who was it? Yeah, either way, that's the strategy. Stay in the traps when this chain right there, when Dollhouse was teleporting away, CT telling away from that chain, that's exactly what Serenity wants. Why? Because there's no threat. There's absolutely no threat of traps. So he just has all day to follow you, hopefully get the name lock, you know, hopefully switch to smite. But look at this, he's so good at getting in there, grabbing that name lock, coming right after you, dude. Makes it very, very hard for Dollhouse to set up these traps. He's having trouble setting up traps. Oh, and look at that, a whirlwind down. I think he was trying to cut him open there. That's what he needs to do. Staying in those traps right there is huge. Serenity catches him, though. That was big. Another thing you could do, too, as a Sin is when you have a very aggressive opponent, you can lead them with your traps, right? So if they're really pushing the pressure, pushing the action, right? You can CT cast your traps, and as they approach you, you can telly into them, right? And then when they start chaining you or whatnot, just telly around them. And, you know, if they do get the smite off, all right, they got it, but they're going to pay for it with traps. So if you can get out Yeah. That's a smiter. This guy is insane, man. Yeah, Serenity is insane. Top level smiter right here. Top level smiter, top level player. Definitely a tough challenge for Dollhouse. And man, it looks clean when the Dins get the wins, man, especially in this fashion. It's so hard. A lot of people think that a Paladin or a Smiter, a Hammerdin or whatnot are so OP in PvP, and they're really not. It really takes a special player. It takes a really good player to actually get locks, to understand the combo, the timing, how to approach every matchup. To be good on a Din is actually really hard, especially a Smiter. I think this is the harder one to be good on, because it requires you to get these locks, to close the distance. Look at this, so much pressure from this guy. And such accuracy. And there it is, Dollhouse that time making him pay with those traps. Although he lost the exchange, that's exactly what he needs to do. Beautiful chains here from Serenity as he catches him. And this could be really bad for Dollhouse, because he could be FOHPK. But Serenity don't give a fuck. He's getting in there, smiting either way. Damn, son. I think that's 3-0 so far for Serenity. This is nuts, man. Yeah, he is on point. Serenity, he took that loss from Maddie, and he's like, you know what? This ain't never happening again. I'm gonna trash all these sins. Thing is, Maddie was playing straight Trapper, though. That is certainly the answer to a smiter. I don't think you ever want to whirl under any circumstance. I think you just, even if you have a chaos, right? You just never do it. You just always keep those traps up. I feel like when Dollhouse keeps the traps up, he has actually had some really good exchanges with Serenity here, where Serenity's getting aggro, he closes the distance, and all of those traps hit all at once. And it's like, that's that kind of 5-trap spread that he wants. And he wants to bait Serenity right into it. He's seen the most success so far in these rounds, dealt the most damage when he's done that. But the thing is, it's so tempting to, when you have a very aggressive smiter like this, to just run away when they get you chained, or run away when they're closing the distance. And sometimes you have to, no doubt, sometimes you have to do it. But what makes the difference is knowing how to manage that distance, right? Knowing how to manage that aggression. Like right here, it's so tempting to just run away. He needs to stay in his traps. And look at that, he did some great damage there, staying in these traps. Notice he doesn't have to recast him. He broke some of them there, and that's gonna hurt him. Yeah, that was a way better exchange. And when he's whirlwinded, look at that, man. He got caught in that whirlwind, got hit through it, and now he's in trouble. Yeah, that's what it is. That whirlwind really puts you in jeopardy. The smiter will often just walk through it and smite you, just because they know they're gonna win that exchange. But very nicely done, and there it is, man. A solid 4-0 there for Upsmite, aka Serenity. What a savage, man. This guy is a savage smiter. Someone needs to stop this guy. He says, GG's, man, I'm so outclassed. Dollhouse, hey, look, you did great. I think you were picking up there in the end part of that round. It's just hard to work in that whirlwind versus a smiter, and Serenity is the smiter that will fucking punish you for it, dude. That's just what it is. Let's kick back over to Polytheist, see how this duel is going. Track Amp has got him low. Got him about half here. What belt is he using? I would imagine T-Gods. Yeah, I would imagine T-Gods. Or it could be, if he was going... actually... Maybe not. He might have been low in the helm. If so, he would have been on a... He probably might have been on a rack or the new belt for cast. Yeah, because he had a Shaco on. There's no way to hit 125 without that, so... or actually, he might have... There's probably no way to hit it either way, right? If you're a Shaco Din smiter, there's no way to hit... Correct me if I'm wrong. There's no way to hit 125 casts. So, yeah. I would imagine then T-Gods, probably. It looked like the new belt, but could be... Oh, if it looked like the new belt, then it probably was. Yeah, I did not notice the belt. I'm just making guesses. Oh, Shaco was for Cube? He had a circlet. Okay. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, so in which case he was either on Iraq or the new belt, the new Geeds belt, which that's pretty good because it has faster hit recovery. I wouldn't be surprised if he was on Geeds belt because, oh, there it is, man. Polytheist gets there. And here's why, because if you have faster hit recovery on that, it's so hard for a smiter to stack up his faster hit recovery, right? Like you can and hit 125 FHR. So you usually do it with like, you can put on boots, like you could put on Shadow Dancers, but with Shadow Dancers, you're giving up lightning resist and you have to make that up somewhere else. You know, so it's hard to kind of do it efficiently, but if you have the new belt with 20 cast and 20 FHR, well, now we're in a different ballpark, right? Because all we need at that point is like a Pally Combat Charm with FHR, which I think he had, you know, and a Spirit Shield, and there's your FHR breakpoint, right? And now your boots can just be lightning res, and you could put a Wisp on with a, you could do a low rune in the helm, or you could just actually put your points into resist lightning, passively increasing your lightning resist. There's a lot of ways to reach it with a paladin. Yeah, I think Geeds belt for sure. Yeah, at least one combat charm. I remember that too. I remember seeing that, Graham. Or tough on it. Yeah, so that was almost certainly what he was doing. He had a 2020 Geeds belt with a spirit, and that one charm allowed him to hit 87 FHR, which would 86 is the break point. So yeah, that's probably what he was doing. Look, we're piecing it together. We're piecing it together. Educated guesses. As a team, we're figuring out what he was wearing. It won't be, I have not. So if you've already loaded it, it won't be a TZ. But you really don't need one. The skill is so busted anyway, you get such a life boost. I think the TZ really only cares about life. The damage of your pet or your summon doesn't really matter. If you find, like, I'd never even care if it's on TZ or not. It's like, if it just has all of the stuff, it's like Fanat or some sort of offensive aura that procs amp, good enough. He's never dying anyway. Few 5-17s would probably need 48 versus trap. I don't know, maybe, but it's always better to have more FHR because as a Din player, as someone who mained Din for so long, it's like, even though you can't get permastunned with Mind Blast anymore, it still fucking sucks to get hit by it, and it really just, you can get caught in traps if it's too low. So it's like, if you have a way to get all of the breakpoints, do it on the Din. I ran 86 FHR. New Geeds belt? Is that what it was, Serenity? We were guessing probably new Geeds belt. Was it 2020 Geeds? That's crazy. If so, I love it. Yep, 20 FHR Geeds. Yep, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah, that's really cool. Really cool to see it. I love that new belt. I think it's a really cool addition to the game. That was one of the with the magic minus magic res. It's like, I hate that they even started fucking with that in the first place, but whatever. You know, it's I think even without that, I think it's probably the best item they added. But even with it, it's like, okay, whatever. They put the boots in there. If they're gonna mess with it, they've already done it, right? But yeah, it's really good. I wish it came with 15 DR too. Yeah, that'd be sick. That'd be sick. They should have taken off the magic. They should have taken off the minus magic res there and made it 15 DR. But I don't know, dude. Like, even then, I think everybody would have used that belt. There is everybody. It would just been best in slot. It would have been too good at that point. Hell yeah. Any good Annies I rocked? I hope you got a 2020, man. Hope fingers crossed for you. Hey, bug belt is still a thing over on LOD, man. Some people still have it on Europe. Haven't ID'd yet? Waiting for him to stop? Oh, hell yeah. Yep, too broken. That would be sick. Yeah, the minus magic res is just kind of, it's too bad that they started messing with that, is what I say. Like, they should have just not messed with it. Like, not added this minus magic res, plus magic res. Don't fuck with it. Like, just don't fuck with it. Right? Don't mess with that. It's a sacred type of damage that you shouldn't fuck with. Was it in the game before? Yes, in a crafted shield that you could get 10% on a max roll, but it was the only item that did it, and it wasn't used. So, it was a mistake, but the item wasn't good, right? Now they've added good items that have it, so it's like, now you really see how busted it was. But this guy, no shit. You got one on EU? That's sick. Got some hybrid and old patch rings too, boots and Zodbugged items too. Sick. Yeah, those are a piece of history, man. Hang on to them. Keep refreshing those accounts. Don't lose them, you know? Yeah, this matchup very hard for a Wind Druid. Both of these guys are on Fire Druids, though. This is Fire Druid versus Fire Druid. And just to keep the queue going, too, we also have Coach Jason versus AF50 in the Melee division. And we're gonna check out a little bit of this round, but we'll cut over to that next. AF50 versus Coach Jason in Melee. Should be an epic match. Yeah, bro, I got so many Annies that in my ladder stash, I feel like they're all gonna poof. I should take them out and do something with them, but they're not perfect, so 2019's trash. Taking up space. Not the case back in LOD. We used to love those, man. We used to keep those around, that's for sure. We didn't say no to any Annie back then. Polytheist is the king of this game right here. The king of the distance game. He plays it like nobody else, man. He's so good at managing his range on this Fire Druid, realizing not only the range of his non-Fire Druid opponents, but also he really has a good handle on what it takes to actually hit with this build. So he knows how to manage his distance very well against another Fire Druid. The question is, can Track Amp counter that in some way? He just closed the distance there. It looked like he threw a boulder at Poly, so that was a purposeful stomp right there. That was purposeful, man. He was looking for that. He was looking to close the distance. Very interesting. Got to keep Poly guessing, you know? But also against all of his other opponents, I mean, there's so much that you have to worry about on this build. It is very powerful. Like I said, it's certainly not the most exciting big KO hyper aggro build, but the variety of things that you have to manage as a player of this build make it very difficult, right? Your cooldowns are something that you have to manage. Just about every skill that you cast has a cooldown on it, which is rather awkward to, you know, spamming these skills and actually dealing, you know, damage to someone. And you know, if you do that, if you blow the wad on them, right, you're kind of open and you can't cast anything for a bit. You're just a sitting duck. Now, that's not to say I think this should be a spammer build. I think that'd be a little much, right? But be a little too OP at that point. But that's why. It's another thing that you kind of have to mentally manage. It's almost like a Cold Sork to some degree, but a Cold Sork only has to do it with Blizzard, right? They only have to think about Blizzard. Like, I dropped a Blizz, I guess I gotta throw Ice Blast or Orb or something, right? Like, I can spam those temporarily. But with this, all of your big hitters, your Volcano, your Fisher, you know, even Molten Boulder, I believe, has a slight delay to it. But all of these things are just, you have to manage those. Kano and Fisher for sure. Five subs equals one Annie? What do you mean? Is this an offer to anybody in the chat? All right, I like that. I like that. Hell yeah, that's a hell of an offer from Frosty there. 5 subs, 180. Making a sub goal for your drop your innings? Oh hell yeah! Actually, that's a smart one. Drop it, yeah. Maybe we should. You know what? I also wanted to start up a poll. I totally meant to do this earlier in the night as well. Okay, let me give you guys a bit of give you guys a bit of what I'm thinking about doing here. Okay, someone brought this up a couple weeks ago, and I thought this is a great idea, but I'm gonna need your help. All right, if you could think of anybody from DFC history or whatever, current DFC dueler, maybe someone that's not as active anymore, and you could think of some people to go up to duel for the BMF DFC belt, right? Baddest motherfucker belt. Just like they do in the UFC, right? If you could think of one person that's just straight aggro, right? We ain't turn this into a wrestling match. There ain't gonna be no, in BMF, there ain't gonna be no distance dueling, right? It's just straight fucking aggro, right? The most aggressive players ever. You have to qualify for it. You have to qualify to be even in it, right? Who would you put? Who would you say? Give me some names and we'll do a vote. And we'll see who makes it through. We'll vote them all. I think we can only do like 4 at a time. What do we think? Grappling mentioned, I am here. Who should fight for BMF belt? I think Toshank definitely in there, for sure. CJ? Oh shit, yep, that's a good one. What do we think? Give me a couple more names. And we'll do a vote. We'll see who wins. Who wins. And we'll pit them against some other names. We'll do 2 rounds of this, and maybe that will be our first BMF belt. Paulie is that dude. He is the guy. Dude, I think Go Gators. That's my vote, right? Go Gators. Also a BMF dueler. EU Paul? Who's Paul? Never heard of the guy. I think Joby belongs in there too, man. Actually, Foos, yeah. You know what? I'm gonna throw Foos in there in place of CJ just because I don't think he plays anymore. Never heard of him. Alright, of all these guys, let's see who, dude. This is a... Oh, Muchez? I don't know. Yeah, Muchez on a Zan. But the thing is, Zan is a distance dueler. And... I don't know if we consider a Zan a BMF, right? They're a tough build, but they're distance. Right? I guess if he went on CS, he would be a savage. His locks are insane. I am not sure the score. We have swapped back and forth between duels. Here, I'm going to get this poll going. Who should fight for BMF belt? We're going to take the top 2. We're going to take the top 2. We'll see if they want to duel for the BMF belt. Straight aggro. Aggro builds only. Yeah, I was thinking that too. Like, Elite is a BMF, but also a distance dueler on the Necro, right? Like, and granted, you could duel as a Necro in a BMF, right? Like in a BMF showdown. But, I mean, they're distance duelers, you know? They're, like, not typically a build you would think of as, like, alright, straight aggro. Yeah, his Pokezan. Yeah, that thing was insane. Damn, son. Toshank, Joby. Oh, man. And damn, man, I believe it's 3-0 at least. No, that's 4-0 for Polytheist. Holy shit, man. Polytheist showing the prowess on this fire doo-doo showdown. Holy shit. That is crazy. That is just wild. Joby versus Toshank would actually be pretty insane. We would have to make certain matchups. Like, BMF could only be fought on certain matchups, like NVN, or Din v Din, or NVD, or, you know, something like that. Some sort of matchup that is, like, it limits what you can even play. You don't select the builds. We do, you know? Like, that sort of shit. Din v neck. Like, even that I feel like wouldn't be very BMF. The neck would just back off and spam. But like some sort of straight savage shit. Barb V-neck, yeah. Stadium would be another good one. We got to get him in on the next poll. By the way, GG's to these guys. Epic showdown. Let's pop over to AF50 versus Coach Jason in the Melee division. All right, we've got a very close one, but Joby and Toshank there. Very, very crazy. All right, Toshank is clearly going to be a BMF dude, right? Toshank wins. What if we threw Joby up in here? Against who should fight for BMF belt? All right, who were we just talking about? We got Joby. Let's pit him against some other people. Joby versus Stadium. I think that's a good one. Stadium PK Savage. Murder SC for LLD BMF. Yup. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. That would be sick. Yeah, we could do one for each division, or it could just be all around. We could just naturally let it swap divisions, right? It's just, it doesn't care about other divisions. It just exists. And by the way, there it is. So far a win for AF50 on the Din, it looks like. Was that how that went? Holy shit. Getting wins for the Dins. Who else is just a badass aggro player? Joby versus Toshank would indeed be epic. But here's the thing. I don't think Joby versus Toshank would happen on any... Oh my god, and there it is. Coach Jason getting there again on the Druid. But that one was close. Now 1-1 between these guys. That one was skin of his teeth he got there. That was close. Yeah, I don't think Joby versus Toshank would happen. I don't think either one of those would... Those guys going up against each other on like a NVN. Toshank would wreck Joby. And you wouldn't get a good idea of like... You know, Joby is good on the Din. But then if Toshank went up against Joby on a Din... I actually don't know how good Joby is at VTPK, but I would guess Joby would win. Right? Like... I don't know, though. That could actually be close. That might actually be a fight. Who knows? Like, Din v Din, Joby versus Toshank. That would actually be kind of good. That'd be good. What about that GB Titan guy? What about him? Joby aggro? Yeah, Joby is, you know, he's... That little cheeser, right? He's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He takes off his shield so that his opponent can more easily hit him to take away his pre-buff. And then when he goes to pick up his body, anything that was in your hand also gets picked up. It gets added to your body and picked up. So he picks up his body, it all gets put back on. It just makes it easier for his opponent to debuff him. Look at those big hits. That's what I was talking about, man. Those big hits from Coach Jason. This guy with that new mallet, his new toy over here. This guy is hitting like a savage with it. Oh, true, Javito. Yep, Javito definitely belongs up in there. That's a good one. Sogi. Oh my fucking god. Yep, that's another good one. Sogi, Serenity too. Jesus. Let's go. Let's do this. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go Serenity in place of Joby. Actually, no, we got to keep Joby in here for this round. I'm gonna do it like this. We'll put Javito in the next round because this has like a lot of smiters in it and Stadium. So now we get the best, most aggressive. Oh yeah, true. Yep. Punch, Javito are making in the next round. They're going next round right there. Mr. Llama! LOL. I think we would probably take the person that beat him. Alright, we would probably take the person that beat him, such as, who was it? Coolie. We'd take him. We'd put him on that list. Best build for someone new to PvP? Necro. It's very powerful. It's kind of forgiving to newer players. The gear isn't hyper expensive. I mean, you're still gonna need good gear, but by the very least, you can still get some wins as you go up against better and better players. You'll notice where you need to get better. You'll start to ask the right questions on a Necro. But you'll also have a very powerful build that's easy to learn. Self-voted. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, man. Damn, so let's get some more votes up in here. This one's kind of tight between Joby and Stadium. Look at that. No one going Sogi out of all that. Holy shit. Well, very little people going Sogi. Damn, son. That's a close one. This is wild. Alright, look at this. This is currently 1 to, what is it, 3? I'm trying to keep track of the score here, but polls and score tracking is tough. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at this. It's all bouncing around now. Oh my god, dude. Huge damage. Coach Jason just showing the power of this mallet. It's the bow he busts out. Shupendi? I think we haven't seen enough of Shupendi in HLD. Not to say he couldn't easily be a BMF, but... Oh, it was FT3. I was wondering what was going on there. Yeah, FT3. I thought we'd only seen 3. And I was like, maybe we missed it in between rounds, but... Serenity smited his way to a title versus Poly. Who else is a BMF, right? True. True. Oh my god. That looked like CTA side slaps right there. That literally looked like his opponent was CTA side, just straight savage hits. Why is it so lopsided with these droids? Wow, man. Look at this. Stadium Serenity tied right up, dude. Joby losing his lead. Oh my god, man. It's just heavy hits. AF50 taking a beating there. Holy hell. Coach Jason just coming in. He had himself a number of duels here tonight. Getting his feet wet in the melee division and just showing and proving. He says, give me that belt, Coolie. I've been slaying these dins. Give me that belt. I'm gonna tell you, he keeps slaying these dins on his way up to the top. He might be meeting up with Smolps here before too long. And this build, holy shit, that might give Smolps some trouble. Yeah, it happens, dude. I guess sometimes I notice that too, Paulie, when you're when you see an ad on YouTube or something like that, it pauses the whole stream. Yeah, look at that, man. AF50 on the, not the broadsword, but the conquest sword there. That's an interesting one. And look at this setup. He tried a couple of different things, couple of different helms. Oh, look at this. 3 2020s though from this guy. 3 2020s, 45 lifers, a perfect inventory for Vegas, aka the Coach Jason. This guy's build is insane, right down to his inventory. He is on point. He is ready to just slay it. This guy might quickly work his way up through to the top of the ranks, because god damn it, that mallet, some bitch, that thing is insane. 2028, hey, that's not bad, man. Hey, it's a 2020. You know, it's a 2020. It's not bad for 48 pops. Usually it takes a lot more. Good duels, man. Holy shit, what a fight. What a bout between these guys. Next up on the card, I have me versus AF50, and then, have I missed anybody? Should anybody else be in the queue here? Have I missed any? Alright, look at this. Serenity. Holy shit, wins out over Joby. That is wild. Okay. Serenity wins out over Joby. Alright, now we keep Serenity in this round. Alright, who were we talking about earlier? I forgot. Who should fight for BMF belt? We keep Serenity up in here. Let's go Serenity. Let's bring back... I'm not Serenity. Was that Serenity or Stadium? Who won that? Serenity did. Okay, my bad. Serenity. I feel like Toshank is just always gonna win. That one's fun. He's just always gonna win. Yeah, Punch. That's who it was. Punch, Javito. Riz also, yeah, really good. Yeah, who am I missing? Alright, I'm gonna jam it like this. I'm gonna jam it. I think I already know who's just gonna straight win this, but... Hell yeah, bro. That would be sick. BMF belt would be interesting. A lot of logistics to think through, but... Alright, boys. Let me pop back into Murder here, see what's going on. He's still ominously sitting by the fire. He's scared away all of his opponents here. He's scared away everyone. Alright, you know what that means. I gotta swap my accounts here. I gotta swap my accounts, get ready for AF50. Because we've got to take this guy down. We've got to take him down in some LLD. He's going up against me on a lock, on a warlock. So I think what we do is we go in on the H-Dunk. He's got, what is it, Echo Lock? Is it Echo Lock? Let's see. Yeah, Echo Lock versus Din. Alright. Alright. We go in on the Kang, baby. We go in on the Kang. Alright, let me know game AF50. I don't. We'll get up in here, we gon' jam it. GG. All right, here we go. Bill, get me ready with my favorite tune. The one that locks me right in. Look, this is what we're going to do. First, just get it ready, Bill. Yep, just get it ready. Okay? Let him know, let him hear those notes, all right? Let AF50 get a little bit scared of those punch-out notes coming in, right? And we're going to try to take this. We're going to try to take this reasonably first here. Try to do this reasonably. Holy shit, man. Serenity is actually winning out in this poll over Punch. That's crazy. I am very surprised at that. That's actually really cool. All right, boys. I'm a little nervous. It's a warlock. And we have to warlock the fuck in versus this guy. I don't think we're ever going to be charging. I think we certainly will be doing that. We probably don't ever want to use Insight. Holy shit, I don't know. Maybe we do, though. This is scary. Warlocks are scary, man. These guys are scary little bastards. Scary little bastards. I think we're looking good here, though. 125 cast, DR. Okay. Okay. Alright. Sorry, I got to clear. Don't want anyone to get killed by a quill rat. Yeah, that would be bad. Don't need that. Don't need that shit going on. Let's make sure... Yeah, it means himself, obviously. I've never died to a Quill Rat ever.
It's locked.
You know, it's obviously he doesn't want to get embarrassed and killed by a Quill Rat. I don't blame him. I'd quit. He says I left a couple just for you. Damn, son, Serenity coming out and winning that. That's crazy. All right. I think Toshank versus Serenity. I don't know. That would kind of have to be Din v Din, right? Like there'd be no other way that would be fair. Change after my duel with Sogi. All right, here we go. Here we go. 4-0 him, Coolie. Correct bear only. All right, here we go. You too, man. All right, round 1. Here we go. Damn, son. GG. Akara, LOL. All right, Bill, give it to me. Give it to me. We gotta really crank it up now. Give me those performance enhancing tunes. Rose, this is not normal gameplay. This is the top Din here. This is top LLD Din that anyone has ever seen. Ooh. Damn, dude, what is that? Punch-Out's making me worse.
I am overburdened.
Alright, Bill, we've got this. Punch-Out BM anyway. Listen, alright? 1-1. Whew. It's either flawless or nothing, you know? Alright, 2-1. 2-1, baby. I think on a Charger, this would be so much different. Holy hell, man. We 3-1. 3-1. Go, bro. I'm surprised he took none of those hammers. Running low on mana here. I gotta conserve this. Not having the insight, it's really gonna be doing it to me here. He's dodging these hams like an absolute pro. GG, man. Double or nothing on Charger.
Impossible.
I think it's a different story on Charger, dude. We're gonna need this. We're gonna need this punch-out theme. Double or nothing on the Charger. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think we're boned here. I think we're boned, boys. All right, go, bro. What? God, the bounty hunter, baby. Punch out BM, dude. Punch out is really BM. It's a BM one. Oh, nice. Nice shot, nice shot. That's a tough one, dude. That's a tough one. We landed a shot, but it didn't hurt. That last one didn't hurt. All right, here we go. Oh my god, look at that, dude. That's so ridiculous. That's so ridiculous. So unforgiving. I played that so well, too. And you just lose immediately. I played that so well. Yeah, I think that's probably the play. What is it? 2-1? 1-2. All right. Here we go. What the fuck? Even the Blade Warp hurts? Alright, Insight is not the way because Blade Warp too good. Like, Blade Warp actually does damage. Whose fucking idea was that? Fire them.
Greetings.
How are these charges not hurting? I gotta try to take my win where I can get it. My charges don't want to hurt today. Oh my god. I had to keep the distance. It wasn't worth it, man. I was one shot. He just one shots me. He has my max damage all the time. My maximum damage that I can possibly deliver is what he delivers all the time. Just Insight Charger. Insight Partisan. 2-3. Dude, literally, why am I doing no damage with my charge? That's so strange to me. Bullshit, man. Wow, that was a two-handed charge, did no damage. It sucks. Oh my god. 3-3, baby. Holy shit, man.
Yes.
For all the marbles. 3-3. Holy shit. God damn, that was a two-hander out right there. That was bad news. Alright, we gotta kite him a little bit here. No, dude, nice one. Good duel. Damn, son. I tried to trick him, but he just tellied and threw his thing. And I didn't get my name lock. That's too bad. GG's, man. Let's see what my decked out top tier fucking charger lost to. Yep, peasant crown. You peasant! You peasant! Ugh. Nah, it's actually a nice shield, though. I have it Lich. I have it Lich and Peasant Crown. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. Shut up, Bill. Turn off the punch out. It didn't help me at all. Actually, that was a pretty close duel for it. This is a... You can't win on this versus Charger. It's just... This is everything a Charger wants to be. Big damage and just... But it also can block. It's so crazy. You can't win on a Charger. I'm surprised this was this close. Look at this ring, too. 2-pointer. Just piecing me right up with a 2-point ring. Man. Damn, son. I've Lich and Peasant Crown. Yeah. Yeah, wow. At least it is 100% perfect skin of the Viper Magi, alright? I don't feel so bad now. He played very well. He played it very safe. He was aggressing with the Blade Warp, always walking. That's the crazy thing about the Warlock in LLD is you don't really have to give up much. Like, you can even have Telestaff block, which is wild. There's no opportunity to catch a Warlock with a charge. Yeah, like he could go Telestaff with block right here. Like, withstands Telestaff. Like, get out of here. You literally can't beat this. I can't, like, wait for him to swap to a Telestaff or something. He doesn't even have to with Blade Warp, right? But even if he did, I couldn't catch him with it. He can always block. Warlock's just fair all over the place. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, theoretically, the only... I shouldn't say the only class that gave Chargers a problem was Barbs. There was also Zons. Basically, these ridiculously hard classes to hit. But I mean, damn, son. Like, that's unnecessary. The fact that, too, that he took, like, 7 or 8 charges is so strange. Granted, yeah, I did swap off from, like, my shield. But, like, bro, that's just ridiculous. How can this hit so low? You know what I mean? So many times. It's like, that shouldn't be allowed from a Charger. You want to fix the Charger? Make the min damage equal to the max. No variation in charge. You get hit with charge, you get fucking hurt. That's what it is. That's what a Charger needs. I would support that kind of change, alright? That Chargers are just bad in the first place. They're not a good build. So, this, just make it. Just do it. No fucking around. No fucking around, dude. Alright, maybe not max damage, but like way more than this shit roll, right? That shouldn't be rolling like a fucking trap. You know what I mean? Like 1 damage to 4,800. Like, let's bring that up to like 2k, you know? That's kind of crazy. But either way. You're gonna take Jits scream? You're gonna make Jits scream? Yeah, dude. Jits would love that. Jits would love it. Yeah, GG's, man. Is there no one else? Let me check the Discord here. GG's AF50. This guy's an absolute savage. Crypto Ninja is up in here. Oh, man, I'm pumped about this. GG's. This guy, all right, AF50, friggin' bullying my Charger. Why I oughta AF50. We're gonna go, I hope you know, we're going back, we're checking the tapes, okay? If anything even smells fishy, we're calling hacks. We're reporting it. and we're retroactively, we're saying the Charger won. That's what we're going to do. We're going to put it on paper in history. The Charger won. If there was anything that even looked slightly like a hack, right? That's right. Block no longer prevent charge attacks. I would, how about this? They can't be claw blocked or dodged. Now that would be something. That they can't be dodged or claw blocked. They can be blocked, but well, I guess, yeah, whatever. I guess claw block, whatever, fuck them. But like, that type of shit, you know? I don't know. Charge needs something. Charge needs, like, it's just so bad. I think it's the min damage. Like, it would actually be really good and consistent if you couldn't just get these asinine shit rolls on your charge. Like, it's hard enough to hit with charge anyway against someone that's like max blocking, you know? It should be like way better on the min. I've always thought that. Like, I've charged people in LLD that like should have died. Like right there, AF50, I got him like 7 times with the charge. Like really, like, and I hit 7 times. I actually charged and it was blocked maybe somewhere 20 plus. Like, you know what I mean? Just to get a few, like, lucky charges in there. You know, just wait till he's running or wait till he's just, like, not ready. Free charge, you know? Double hit with the foot charge. But still, like, 7 charges. And he was, like, less than half-life. Like, that should never happen on an actual charger. You know? Like, I've committed the entire build to charge. Yep, piece armor with crit crushing blow. Nah, you don't need crushing blow on a charger. You just, I mean, it helps like a little bit, but you're relying on the big crits. You're relying on the big damage rolls. Waiting on Riz, he just got home. All right, GG, man. Well, you know what? Hey, look, while we're waiting, Crypto, show us off this build. This is like such a rare build right here that I know a lot of people probably still don't quite understand it. And I talk about this thing being so crazy all the time. Look at this, 220, 2 open socket helm with, wow, look at this. He's got he's got the new jewel and a facet in here for 13 fire skill damage, minus 14 enemy fire res. This is one of the nastiest. Look at this thing. He's planning on doing some fire damage, boys. He's got himself an aura up in here. I can imagine he swaps out or has the ability to go with the Holy Fire aura. He has Phoenix, so he's getting in here with either Charge or Smite, possibly both. Look at this Ami, too. 217, 20 dex, rep life on it. Yeah, low-level gloves with a Crushing Blow is probably not a bad addition. I don't have any good ones, I don't think. But, yeah, probably not bad. I think I needed the Dexterity, though. From IK. Those gloves are sick. 2010s. Yeah, so this guy is going in. He's trying to get some big hits, physical hits with... he can do charge, of course. He's got grief, so he can smite. He's mainly a smiter slash fire build. Yeah, look at it. The Hand of Justice. There it is. There it is. And that's what he's going to be ticking down some fire damage with there. Also has Conviction on it. He can FOH, I would imagine. From the outside. This is like really it's almost like Sogi describes his build as sort of an Aladdin as well. And I feel like this is kind of right up there with it. Look at this. Minus enemy physical damage. He's got a renewed bone break. It's 24 FHR. This is actually an insane bone break. This thing is probably worth 20k. Like, this bone break is insane. FHR, high life roll, minus physical damage resistance. That's insanely cool. Now, I'm curious as to why that isn't like a fire sunder or something. Like, you know, that, or if there was some commitment to minus physical res in the helm as well. But either way, I digress. The point is, he knows best. This build is so off the wall. I do mostly smite damage. He says, yeah. But the helm is there to help with the fire damage. He does tick with the aura a bit as well. And look at this. He's beefed up the resist fire to help when he swaps to Hajj. And no points into salvation. Interesting. But yeah, it's probably hard to. Like, you have to max out fanaticism, smite, holy shield, all of this. Conviction as well. That's interesting. I would figure with conviction, is where you could lose points in this, and you could like put those points into salvation for more tick fire damage, because people can stack. They can just overstack with but I guess that, yeah, it's minus 40. He has conviction on his scepter. Yeah, only 12 points in conviction. True, but you it's like 14 points or 15 really, because you go to Holy Freeze and then the other 2 skills to get down there. But COA, I can get level 25. Ah, okay. So he can like minus the full 150. So I guess, yeah, I get it. I get it. So what you do is you put points into conviction, because then it forces them to resist, right? So it forces them to resist fire in this case, but also you could put a point into FOH, and if they didn't stack up their lightning resist, that still hurts way more than it should. This is what I mean. There's so many threats with this build. It's like hard to explain and really hard to understand, but it's so wild. Yeah, thanks for showing this off, man. It's really cool. Light and fire thunder too. You had to swap to it, keep them honest. Yeah, that's what it is, man. That's so crazy. I love this build. I think it's so off the wall, so diversified with the damage. It's like you know, with the Murdered In setup, it was really the Vanquisher with a bow, right? It was hammers. You could smite, you could FOH. Those weren't necessarily the stronger skills. It was really a Hammered In, but you had a little bit of FOH in there that they kind of had to prepare for. You had the smite, of course, that you could swap to, that they had to prepare for that. And then, of course, you had the bow, and it was so diversified that it felt like there was so many threats. But all of these threats right here, especially with that conviction, can really be pretty significant, on top of being able to be a smiter and tick down with that holy fire damage. God damn, that's insane, man. It's a very, very interesting build that just hits from so many angles. Like, it's crazy.
Yes.
But yeah. Grief is only banned in melee duels. Grief is allowed in regular HLD. It's only melee where it's specifically banned. Like the toe-to-toe click and hold format is where Grief is banned. But HLD, nah, use Grief all day.
Good day.
Can any HLD HN LLD builds be built budget-like and also have decent learning curve? Yeah, HN is probably, it's fairly budget. You can do it with a Peasant Crown. You could do Dual Spirit. It's probably one of the hardest hitting budget builds. Your inventory is probably going to be what you want to focus on. You'll ideally want 15-12, so like 15 life, 12 mana, small charms, and deck your inventory out with those. But you don't need them. It's just a large part of your life total comes from your inventory. So 15 lifer small charms are pretty cheap. People might even give you them in an LLD game, but you know, it's the other piece of it with the mana that's like pushes it to the next level on an HDN, because you run out of mana quick unless you have an insight swap to regen the mana a little bit. But the point is, yeah, you could do it pretty easily on a budget. I don't know about that. I don't know if there's a LLD HDN guy. There probably is on JSP somewhere. Someone's probably got one. I don't know if I've ever done one on it. Budget Fire Sork, super strong in LLD if you were good. True, yep. Yep, Fire Sorks are really good. All right, here we go. He's going up against Riz. It's going to be a Din v Din match. Oh, look at this. Riz is on an H-Din, hyper aggressive here. This is interesting. This is going to make it so that we're really going to see the distance game here of Crypto Ninja. He's blowing up. I like this. He's blowing up with the aura, blowing up the Oak Sage. That is really cool. That allows him to do some up smiting here, right? It allows him to do some up smiting so that when Riz tries to go in for that stomp, he just immediately punishes him. That's actually really good. Holy shit, man. Big hits from the Crypto Ninja. But he does take a hammer for it. This is so interesting. I love this. Yeah, he's got to keep blowing up that Oak Sage, though, because that's what's going to give him the window. Blow it up with the aura, get in there and finish. That was actually a really good exchange. He's going to be very careful to not even stay even remotely close to these hammer fields, though. Like, Crypto can be very patient. Holy shit, and he gets there, man. Huge. I gotta say, I absolutely love in this duel the addition of that holy fire aura, because you notice that every time Riz comes in, his Oak Sage is gone. And one of the biggest safety features when you go up against a smiter on an H-Den is your Oak Sage, is some sort of pet there, right? But if it's constantly getting blown up, it makes those stomps really risky, right? Because you know if the smiter is ready, they are immediately going to grab the name lock, and you are going to get punished for it. If you get punished before you get a hammer off, it gets really bad. So what Riz has to do here is he has to manage that outside game, and he has to constantly keep pressure on Crypto Ninja, but be careful not to stomp him, right? What he'll need to do is just undercut him. You know, make it so that he doesn't even think about swapping to the aura, possibly even keep the Oak Sage off. Just admit defeat with it and keep it off, unless you were going in for a stomp. You know, and if you keep Crypto Ninja to the point where he just forgets that he has the aura because you put so much pressure on him, you could keep that Oak Sage up and go in for a stomp. But this is a mind game, one where Riz is just going to have to constantly be paying attention, you know, and really responding to what Crypto Ninja's doing. Crypto is, I think he really has to keep that aura up as a threat to, like, blow up the Oak Sage. Like, just every time Riz comes in, down goes the Oak Sage. Like, you know, that can't be there, because when Riz stomps, you've got to punish him on a smiter. Like, when the H-Den stomps, gotta punish him. Nice hits there from Crypto. Very patient, waited for the angle. Riz coming in without that Oak Sage. Dangerous on that name lock with Crypto Ninja. Oh, nice cut there. Oh my god, though. Holy shit, Crypto puddles him. Holy shit, man. This build is wild. I told you, man. I told you. This build is wild. Yeah, Riz has an interesting puzzle ahead of him here. I'm gonna see if I can cut over to Riz's point of view and see what each of these attacks is actually doing, right? Like, what are each of these things doing, and how frustrating is it getting from that angle? I really think that if I was Riz and I was playing the H-Den here, this is what I would do. I would take off all my DR. I know it sounds crazy, right? I would take off all the DR, and I would stack up all the resistance, like max fucking light res so his FOH doesn't do shit, max fucking fire res and fire absorb so the aura doesn't do shit, and then be like, come fucking smite me. Like, I'm gonna be chucking hams, come fucking smite me, right? Like, your damage ain't gonna do shit. Like, outside, you can, you know, incentivize the smite. I have no DR, come after it. Like, and then it's still a mind game, right? You still have to charge down. You're never stomping. You're undercutting. You're charging down. You're throwing a ham. You're throwing a ham, right? But there's so many threats on the field from this guy. Look at that FOH doing about 150 damage there too. Nice stomp from Riz. He might have landed those hams. He's got to be careful those stomps, because if Morpheus, aka Crypto Ninja, is ready, man, you can see how much that hurts. But this is all residual elemental damage that's coming from the outside so far with Crypto. Like, this, it's really taking him down. He's done about 600 damage so far, no real clean physical hits. Those are some great hams there from Riz. Oh, beautiful stomp from Riz. That was how to do it, man. Once he gets on that, Riz is playing this mind game here, and he's so used to this, playing on barbs and playing on sins. He's always had to, you know, to play these mind games with players. And what he's doing now is he's making it, you know, he's sort of showing that,
Good to see you. All
right, you want to play that distance game? Okay, well, once you really commit to that, that's when you're going to get stomped, right? He's getting in there. He's trying to get unpredictable with the stomps, and he's trying to make it so that Crypto Ninja is never ready for him. He did very good with it that round. Yeah, I think so too. I think Riz is really going for stomps here, but depending on the situation, I think that walkdowns or charge down hammers as well could be very, very useful. Yeah. Oh, Word Jagger. Yeah, yeah. Well, Din v Din would still be that, right? Holy shit. Nice hits there. Morpheus, aka the Crypto Ninja, getting in. That was actually a smite. That one was big. Oh, nice stomp there from Riz. This is what I mean. He's keeping his opponent guessing. But you see, on the outside here, he hasn't really... He doesn't have a lot of defenses for this aura, right? That's coming at him. That's what's nice hand there as well. I think that one connected. That's what's wearing him down, I think, and that's an interesting thing to allow your opponent to have a threat from the outside like that. Oh man, and there it is. Now evens up the score 2-2. Just playing that distance game. I mean, if I was Crypto and my opponent's not preparing for that range as well, that's just always what I'm doing, right? Like, that's always what I'm doing. I'm blowing up his pet, and I'm waiting for him to get pissed off and stomp me, right? I'm just up smiting it. Blow it, keep the aura. I would just keep up the fire aura, bam. Just smite him from Hodge side. Riz don't need jam and COA? Probably not. He might not have many COA swaps though, and he probably just swaps to that. He might meet the, or he might have swapped to, this might be a cube swap to Shaco here. Yeah, it is. Yep, you got Cham Bear COA. It's rare to have COA swaps that are just like wild, but I guess Bear COA could be a good one. He might not need the DR either. He's got the belt, he's got COA and Enigma. So belt is 15, Enigma with the Bear, there's 38, 46. Yeah, he doesn't necessarily need it. He's just missing 4% DR. Oh, nice hand there. I think that one actually connected. Riz remaining unpredictable here as Crypto Ninja charges in, tries to get some charge BKs. I love how he's disengaging with his hammer field though. Ooh, that one he didn't though. That one again, that was a little, I don't think it connected, but it was a little too close for comfort. Uh-oh, now he's in trouble. Landed a couple of those smites. He's gonna be in desperation mode. He's gonna be in desperation mode here. Nice hams there from Riz, but an upcharge. Oh, that might have actually even been an aura. That was crazy. 3-2 now in favor of the Morpheus, aka Crypto Ninja. Holy hell. Yeah, I think, like I said, if I was Riz, I would just prepare for the elements, because in my experience versus a smiter, right? If you can completely negate the smiter's distance and force them to smite you, meaning they have no other options, you win. Because hams beat smite, right? If you force them to do it, taking away all of their other options, you will win. But if they can FOH you and it does damage, if they can shoot you with a bow and it does damage, an aura, anything from the outside changes the entire pace of this duel. But if you could just focus on one thing, nice hand there, that one definitely landed, had to have landed. This has really got to focus on cutting him off and not stomping him here. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to flood this more with hams. Nice stomp there from Riz, sneaky. Uh-oh, I was gonna say, that's a bad... It's so risky stomping a Din that's running down, especially a smiter. Oh, nice hams there. Those charges are doing some work, though, too. Also a good cadence to get into as a hammered in versus a smiter is one ham at a time. No more than one ham at a time, right? Usually. It just gives him too much time to, like, close the distance. Oh, damn, son. Holy shit, man. Crypto Ninja. Getting in there with the crazy din. That is wild. Riz is probably like, what the fuck is this build? It's a weird build to prepare for. Yeah, it definitely is. Yep. Riz is probably like, what the fuck is this din? That's so crazy. Yeah, I think the way that in Din v Din, like, I think you just have to, punish them. You know, you have to punish them for having distance that is diversified, right? I used to hate it when like, smiters would do that to me. You know, it's, you just have to nullify it. You have to be like, all right, if your distance game is nullified, you have to smite. And when you have to smite, my hams are going to hurt way more. Right? That's just, I think that's how you got to jam it. When's Jitsu's duel, right? Yeah, look at this stuff, man. That's crazy. Riz taking a special look at this here. Again, just being like, what the fuck, man? Yeah, he says that aura hurts. Yeah, it's crazy. It's so wild, man. I think that build is just so cool. So cool. It really forces, especially when you bust out the conviction, it forces you to just stack up that resist, right? He can hit you with that FOH, and that FOH was, even though it might not have been many points into it, certainly not many synergies, if anything, it was still doing with like 1 point FOH like 150 damage, which was so wild when it's like a backup skill, you know what I mean? That theoretically should do nothing. But yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I think you got to punish those skills from the outside skills, which then essentially punishes the smite. You know, because of the diversification. But yeah. Yeah, I think so too, Eon. Like, but here, this is the thing. Virtual round of applause for Riz, because this is the first time we've ever seen him on a Hammered In, and I gotta say, this was a weird build to prepare for, but he looked fucking good on this Hammered In otherwise. This is certainly one of those builds that's like, you never see this. Like, he will never have to duel anybody else with his build, I don't think. But that aside, Riz looked crazy good on this Hammered In. With that aggression, like, actually coming into play, from Barb play, from Sin play, all of this, like, yeah. And he actually looked really good on it. So, shout out to him. He wasn't sure how to solve this puzzle is what it was. But if he knew, I think it would have been different. Because he looked good on it, man. Wow, man. Crazy. Yeah, it was doing some nasty damage, dude. Absolute nasty damage. And he's got the new jewel. He's got, you know, the new fire jewel. He's got a facet in there. He's got a Hajj. He really rips the fire res away. Which, you know, when I saw him, like, with that aura, yeah, that's an FOH. That, I think it's 1 point FOH. Like, that actually does some vicious damage. Yeah, now he put on... Yeah, Riz is trying to figure out this puzzle. He's like, okay, FOH me, he's under conviction here. He says he got Wisp on, still kind of hurts. Yeah, I think this is what I would have done. If I was you, Riz, I would have gone 220 Paladin Helm with resist. If you have one with a Vex rune in it, or you probably don't need it, but like 220 Paladin Helm with resist. Fuck DR in this matchup. And then it's like Dwarf Star, Infernos, and T-Gods, and then get all of your casts with everything else, stack up the res, way overshoot like you're going into Uber Tristram with res, and then you're just a straight Hammered In with a shit ton of res. You know, 85 fire, 85 lightning. He ain't getting through that shit. Yeah, FOH is bait. Yeah, FOH is bait here. And it works. Especially when, like, you have no idea all of the diversified damage is coming out. I fucking love this build, man. This thing is so crazy. It's so crazy. Wild, man. Good duels from these guys. That was an epic Din v Din showdown, man. All right, I'm going to check in on these guys. We've got a couple of people streaming up in here. I'm not sure. I think some of them are AFK. Murder SC up in here. Still chilling by the fire, waiting ominously for his opponent. He scared them all away. Even Tyrael kind of feels bad. He's like, man, you're just such a scary barb player, Murder SC. No one wants to duel. It's too bad. It's too bad. But is there no one else? Good duels tonight, man. This was sick. This was sick. Yeah. Wow. Holy shit, boys. What a night. We did it. Let me know if I miss anybody. Let me know. Let me know. We got a couple of seconds here, all right? Couple of seconds. And JLK, my guy, bro, thank you so much for the membership. Legend tier over there on the YouTubes. GG, man. Big puff vape cheers for you. Got a couple of other puffs here. I totally missed one from PvP. Sorry about that, bro. And we also got one from my boy CMC. What a good night of duels, fellas. Big cheers to you guys. Let's take it out of here in style, shall we, Bill? Give me that beat. Oh yeah, I hear it. Don't worry, boys. We'll be back next week for more digital violence. New team duels, but one thing is for sure, Joby sucks. Bros, it means the world to me every week to be here with you and to play the game we love, right? In the best way. The only way to play it. Chain locking mofos across the Bloodmoor. DFC 202 next week, boys. We'll see you there. Peace.